as per our tradition, we would like to welcome our guests first of all, then we will start the proceeding. Panana ji and Gupta ji to please welcome our guests with a call. Friends, today we are starting a new learning. Eight to nine topics. Today we are going to discuss Section 6 residential status in a very different and enriching manner, and we will link it with the GST provisions. SP Sir will explain this topic in his own interesting and practical manner. Please welcome him with a big round of applause. Next, our young and energetic Ankit will discuss the common issues and challenges faced by companies claiming GST refunds. This is for many refund claims received show for notice or rejected or for different reasons. Please welcome CA Ankit Mittal. In the second session, we will have a GST Moot Tribunal. 4 young professionals, including 2 chartered accountants and 2 advocates, will present their cases before the Honorable Moot Tribunal. I am happy to announce that today's bench will be headed by Justice Rajmani Jindal and Advocate Kumarji Bhatt, and will serve as a judicial member, and CA KP Singh will serve as a technical member. Friends, we have an exciting program ahead, so without wasting much time, I request Manoj Agrawal ji to please address the August gathering. Please, sir.
Good morning, friends. It's my proud privilege to be here. Actually, initially I was not aware of about this group, but yesterday I met SP sir. So in that connection, he just invited me. He just come and we are holding one moot tribunal on the Income Tax Act, because I belong to ITAT, so I was a part of this. But I'm very happy to see that a lot of young professionals, they are having such kind of group where they are sharing the latest developments in the law. Actually, this Income Tax Act 2025 has now replaced the 1961 Act. Obviously, the provisions are different. Maybe the things, old wine in a new bottle, you can say, but still we have to learn. It's a very good initiative taken by this group. I just congratulate you, one and everyone, and God bless you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for kind words. So, before we start the proceedings, I request SV sir to come and address the gathering, so we can start the proceedings further.
Time for more people to come. Want to make me speak?
Yes.
I know. Honorable Chairman, Manoj Agrawal ji, Honorable members of Moot Tribunal and friends. We are short of people today, maybe last date or maybe people are coming late being Saturday. Today this group is going to begin a new era of knowledge diffusion. I can personally guarantee you income tax can be so interesting. Today when we start a residential status, I'll be speaking of income tax after decades. I don't like this subject. But the kind of approach we have to appreciating law of residential status, especially for youngsters, is going to be an eye-opener. Okay, Section 6 can be so vast, so big, because all other income sources emanate from Section 6. You have to be resident to be taxed. If you are a non-resident, you cannot be taxed. So appreciate the nuances of these kind of provisions. One has to really appreciate how do you approach this. I'm not talking about 182 days, 7 years, 9 years. I'm not talking about the calculations. But the calculations also, Supreme Court has interpreted what do these calculations mean. Then we are covering around 9 to 10 propositions of residential status, including individual, partnership, companies, LLP, other things that you have, including shell companies, cargo trading, and charitable trust. And how do you link these with GST regime? The problem of learning income tax is not so simple today, because this has to be reconciled with your GST mechanism. This is where the problems come. The turnover income tax is differently defined, but GST turnover is totally differently defined. And there are many earnings which may not be taxable in GST, but that may be subject to income tax. So the reconciliation of your turnover between income tax and GST as per Supreme Court has to fully match. And then unexplained cash credits, unexplained expenditures, bogus entries, bogus purchases, all the provisions of income tax directly impact GST. So now Supreme Court is clear. Once you declare from where I picked up this concept which I want to see. It is that I can explain balance. I was a party to that proceeding before additional commission. I think the same balance is what these figures are you still have to explain. How far this figure report पर ऐसा कुछ करने लगा. That means most of these transactions into a balance sheet can be rectified after having been audited and filed with ROC. Now that is not possible. Am I right, sir? Can balance sheet be rectified? Right? So, youngsters, you should go back and think Section 6 today. It's a very vast PPT, like the 105 but effective. Through it, I guarantee you, you will never ever have to read Section 6 again. Because this is such a beautiful presentation. It's made on the advice of our core team. And then we have GST refunds. Ankit Mittal is one of the best chartered accountants I know, speaks very well, works hard on his cases and on his legal knowledge. He also runs a study circle in the Shad Garden, a big one. He is going to speak on refund in GST. It's not refund, those are I had given cases, exports, पूरा export नहीं हुआ, HSN not given, or blah blah. There are a lot of things in that those two appeals we have on exports. So Moot Tribunal will also be quite interesting. There are only 4 appeals. 3 are long appeals. One is short, where as a revenue counsel I am going to concede, let the case go back, so we can save time, because I know the judges are going to remand this matter. So you will learn how to read show cause notice, and all these fellows, let's clap for them. They have drafted some wonderful appeals. They have followed the instructions. Each of the appeals, they have drafted questions of law, which I always say, you cannot draft GST appeal right from stage 1 without raising a question of law, because nobody is going to give you relief. The kind of tribunals you're going to have, I doubt you will get any relief anywhere, because I bet many of them, they have no idea what GST is about. They will hear, at best remand the matter. They will have no guts to accept the appeals. Like ITAT law is settled. They are well trained over the years that you have to give relief when people come to you. But in GST mechanism, I am not going to see all this, they are going to give you some relief. Be it condonation, be it on technical issues, input tax credit. ITAT, they do cases worth crores. They quickly accept, law is settled, go back. So today day is going to be a very happening day, and we are trying our level best to make it better and better every day, every time. After this income tax, in between, we will also do a GST chapter on place of supply, IGST. That's my new thought today. A lot of people have some questions there. So next session, if we find time, if our Mr. Convener permits us, so we will do on point of supply, a very technical session. Income tax, next will be income from house property, we do. Next session will be income from house property. With these words, let's welcome our senior mentor, Mr. S.C. Bhatia, and I request him to, sir, please come on dais and sit with our chairman of the session. Mr. S.C. Bhatia, please. सर मैं भी ऐसे करता हूँ, मेरे को भी लेके आते हैं तो माँ बाप को भी लेके आएंगे. आइए सर. He is our guru. He was my teacher and guru to all of us. He is Mr. Manoj Agarwal, member ITAT.
आप इधर So friends, now we will come to the technical session, and I welcome C. Ankit Mittal for his deliberation. Please give him a big round of applause.
Very good morning to all of you. Firstly, I thank you to the Delhi GST Professional Group to give me the opportunity to put my thoughts on, not mine, Sushil Verma Sir's thought. So, today's topic, as our convener said, that it's regarding the GST refund. So, it's been 9 years. The GST has completed more than 9 now, and the GST refund, which has I believe only one section, section 54, 15 subsection, four proviso, maybe 2 explanation. Still there is lots of issue in this only a refund, and has, I believe more than 500 judgments has already been passed by the High Court and Supreme Court. So today we have chosen some of the area which is very important, and somehow I feel that some professional skip that point where we can fight and we can win that case in SSC favor. Being in tax professional, we always want that we remain a pro taxpayer somehow, but we are not against the government, obviously. So with this thought, I'll start my presentation. So the first point is whether the 2-year limitation under the section 54, is it sacrosanct? Is it mandatory? Section 54, let's read the subsection 1 of section 54. Any person claiming refund of any tax and interest, if any, paid on such tax or any other amount paid by him, may make an application before the expiry of 2 years. The 2 points I want to highlight here, the 2 words. First is the may. And the another is the 2 years. Can we say that may can be taken as a not specifically it's compulsory or mandatory, or do not take it as a shall? So there is a lots of judgment under the under GST, or maybe the not specifically in GST I would say, but in another act. Recently I read a judgment. It was under the Negotiable Instrument Act under the Honorable Supreme Court. The Apex Court has said that may can be read as shall may be read as may. It's depend on the facts. We cannot strict on that. But being if we talk about the laws regarding the taxes, the fiscal laws, where we say that the taxes, the law must be taken as a strict law. जो फिक्सल लॉज हैं उसमें आप टैक्स में जो जितनी भी लिमिटेशन दी गई है, आपने अभी 107 के रिगार्डिंग अपने इतने सारे केसेस देखे हैं, द लिमिटेशन इज टेकन एज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, सो दैट 2 year under the fiscal under this GST Act.
Friends, we have honor to have Mrs. Rano Jain, former ITAT member and a leading advocate in income tax litigation among us. We welcome you, ma'am. Ma'am, please come on the dais, please. Please, ma'am, please.
Hi, Ramji. I'm Sushil Verma. Hi, how are you?
Please welcome, ma'am. Please. Thank you.
I request C. Rashmi Jain ji, C. Renu Sharma ji and Advocate Nitika Khanna ji to welcome ma'am with a shawl. You will? Okay. Finish photo.
वैसे हम शाल वापस ले लेते हैं, लेकिन आपको दे देंगे।
मैं तो लेकर जाऊंगी। लेकर जाऊंगी। That's right. मैंने बीच में डिस्टर्ब करेगा नहीं। Thank you.
आइए अंकित जी, प्लीज carry on.
So we were talking about section 54 subsection 1 relating to the limitation of the refund filing. So under the GST Act, this 2-year limitation is very crucial. अब जैसे 107 में भी हमने देखा कि जो 3 साल जो हमारी जो लिमिटेशन वहाँ पे दी गई है सेक्शन 73, 74 की लिमिटेशंस है, तो दीज लिमिटेशन आर वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. हम इसको इस तरीके से नहीं ले सकते कि ठीक है 2 साल निकल गए, मे लिखा हुआ है तो हम उसे मतलब लूजली यू कैन नॉट टेक दिस. तो अंडर द फिस्कल लॉज इट ऑलवेज टेकन द स्ट्रिक्ट इंटरप्रिटेशन ऑफ द लॉ. इफ वी टॉक अबाउट द अपेक्स कोर्ट जजमेंट VKC फुटस्टेप, where it was held that the refund is not a fundamental right. It is a right given by statute. So whatever written in statute, whatever the written by the lawmakers is must have been taken as a for the good and tax revenue, pro revenue. So whatever the written law under the fiscal tax is very important. Still, I would say there is a circumstances, there is lots of things which need to be keep in mind. Okay, even if there is a limitation, still if there is some hardship to the assessee, there is some issues which make a assessee could not able to file the refund on time. Still they have a option that called Article 226 under the Constitution, where you can put your file under the before the Honorable High Court. So there is lots of case we would like to share with you. That recently this case was namely as Merck Life Sciences Private Limited. Under this case law, what happened? A person paid a tax under the CGST, under the IGST head, but later on it identified that this tax must have been paid under CGST or SGST. The place of supply found a different what he expected before. तो जब इस अब what happened कि इसका जो रिफंड क्लेम करने का जो प्रोविजन है उसमें लिखा था कि इसके जो प्रोसीजर और रूल्स हैं इट विल बी डिफाइंड लेटर. वो 2021 के अंदर उन्होंने एक नोटिफिकेशन के थ्रू लाए गए कि इसको अगर आपने CGST या SGST को IGST में पे कर दिया या IGST को CGST SGST में पे कर दिया तो उसका जो रूल प्रोसीजर होगा वो 2021 में नोटिफिकेशन के थ्रू लाया गया. एसएससी ने 2024 में इसका जो रिफंड की एप्लीकेशन है वो फाइल की. तो ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट ने विदाउट टेकिंग दिस के जो 2 साल का पीरियड है वो 2021 से काउंट करके 2023 में वो ओवर हो रहा था. स्टिल 2024 में जब उसने उसे फाइल करा देन हाई कोर्ट सेज दैट इट्स अ हार्डशिप फॉर द एसएससी अगर हम इसको एज अ बहुत स्ट्रिक्टली इसको टेकअप करते हैं कि ये टैक्स जो है वो पे हुआ था और इट शुड नॉट बी रिफंडेड. So the proper officer cannot condone delay under section 54. That is, there is no power with the officer that he can condone the delay of 2 years. But the Honorable High Court has the power. So there is another case law which is not related to the limitation, but it is also very relevant for this refund perspective. So what happened? So there is a law that states that if you are exporting goods, you can claim the refund whatever the ITC is accumulated or you paid the tax on the refund. But there is a circular which states that if you have claimed the higher duty drawback on the export of the goods, then you cannot claim the refund of the tax with payment of tax. You have to go with the another method which is without paying of the tax. That means the whatever the amount is accumulated, that you may take the refund, but not through the with payment of tax. system. So this assessee what did, he claimed, by mistakenly he claimed the higher duty of tax, and then when he realized that he also claimed the tax with payment of tax, he refunded the duty drawback including the interest. But the procedure is there like कि जब हम रिफंड एप्लीकेशन का जो प्रोसीजर है विद पेमेंट टैक्स में वो इस तरीके से है कि इट कम्स ऑटोमेटिकली. जब आप रिटर्न फाइल करते हैं, R1 फाइल करते हैं, तो इट गोज टू द कस्टम डिपार्टमेंट और वो इंटरलिंक्ड है. बट जब आप शिपिंग बिल फाइल करते हैं उसमें अगर हम क्लिक कर देते हैं कि हमने ड्यूटी ड्रॉबैक क्लेम किया है तो वो रिफंड आपका स्टक हो जाता है. बट इट्स अ प्रोसीजर लैप्स. तो हाई कोर्ट ने इसमें फॉर दिस पर्टिकुलर केस कीप इन माइंड दे सेड दैट it is not that you cannot hold the you cannot substantially the only procedural lapses are there and आप इसको as a मतलब जो only a procedural lapse the substantially जो उसका right है you cannot do that like उनका right जो है उसको आप cancel कर सकते हैं. मतलब उनको आप refund को आपको proper देना पड़ेगा. There is another judgment, the Kanika exports. It is also a very important judgment here. Just a second. So under this So what happened under this case law? There is an explanation under the section 54, expression 2A, which state that the relevant date is explained in explanation, which state that you can claim the refund as per the relevant date of different category of the refunds. Just like if you are making payment of the tax under the export of goods, then what should be the relevant date? Another section of this expression 2 says that when you have a ITC, accumulated ITC, so what will be the relevant date? So under this scenario, what happened that the ITC was claimed for the accumulated ITC, and they have also exported the goods. But they have exported the goods without payment of tax. So, in the initial year,
Hello everyone, good morning.
the explanation of the relevant date said that the export of goods with payment of tax will be covered on a different relevant date, and the unutilized ITC will be covered on the different explanation had a different relevant date. So, the relevant date for the unutilized ITC, जो जैसे अगर आप विद पेमेंट ऑफ टैक्स पे एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हैं तो वो उसके लिए रेलेवेंट डेट अलग होती है कि आपने जब ईजीएम अपना फाइल करा. बट जब आप आईटीसी को विदाउट यूजिंग और आप एक्सपोर्ट करें विदाउट पेमेंट ऑफ टैक्स, उस केस में जो रेलेवेंट डेट थी वो पहले थी कि जब आपका फाइनेंशियल ईयर एंड हो रहा है. बट इट वॉज गॉट अमेंडेड इन 2019 फ्रॉम द रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट that for the ITC of inverted duty structure only this relevant date will be taken, and the relevant date for this particular inverted duty structure will be the return period. अगर आप एक क्वार्टरली रिटर्न फाइल कर रहे हैं तो वो रिटर्न जब आपने फाइल करी तब से उसका रेलेवेंट डेट काउंट होगा. कैन आई हैव वाटर प्लीज? सो रेलेवेंट डेट कनिका एक्सपोर्ट के केस में व्हाट हैपन, जो रेलेवेंट डेट हमारी अनयूटिलाइज्ड ऑफ आईटीसी की थी वो गॉट अमेंडेड फ्रॉम द रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव इफेक्ट.
પછી રિફંડ जब हमने फाइल किया, then they said that the new explanation which has got amended must be taken care. So the point was there in this case law that whether the amended relevant date would be taken for this particular case or not. Can the department take this as a retrospective effect of this amendment, or it will be a prospective effect? So under this case law, it was held that the change in relevant date was taken as a, when it was amended, this explanation 2E was substituted with the new entry, and nothing was mentioned that it will be taken as a prospective. So the relevant date amendment was considered as a prospective, and the refund was allowed for this particular case with taking the without rejecting and taking the 2-year limitation. So first is whether 2-year was mandatory, but 2-year will be counted from where? It is mentioned in the explanation 2 of the section 54 only. So these are the refund scenario and the relevant date which we need to taken care. There is a two thing. One is the 2-year and one is from where it should be counted. Let's suppose if we see the fourth category, export of services, supply completed before payment. The relevant date starts from date of receipt of payment. So can I say for 2017-18, for 2017-18, can I claim the refund as of now? If the payment of that particular services has received me today, can't we take this that the relevant date will start from today? So there is a number of possibility. We need to look into the exact law, what the law says about the relevant date. So what happened if we filing the refund on the last date? That means tomorrow the 2-year will be lapsed, but today we are filing the refund and the portal is not working. So I am filing it within the 2-year. It's not like what I was doing from the last 2 years, and from the very last point I am filing the refund. The point is I am filing the refund on within the limitation day. The portal is not working. So there are few case law which are in our favor that yes, but I am not I am not saying you that or you can take it as advantage. This limitation is very important. You must file all the refund within time. But still, if there is a scenario where you could not, then there is always a hope. After this limitation, let's discuss a new topic. Yes, related to refund only. What happened if my refund was issued, but the officer, the senior officer, commissioner think there is some issue? Can he do revision of my order already passed? Can he do so? So section 108 says that the commissioner, if is of his opinion that the order, whatever the order, it maybe could be a demand order or some refund order. So was the refund order actually erroneous? That's 108 says कि अगर कोई order pass हुआ है उसके अंदर कुछ erroneous था, what was it prejudicial to the interest of revenue? That also 108 section says. Was a opportunity of hearing given before revision? Is the revision within the section 108 limitation period? There is a 3-year limitation period that when the refund is granted, the order issued, within 3 years of the commissioner can revise the review and revise the order. So that need to be think, that is it possible? Can we say, can we read a legal law, it's a maxim or what it should be said, the res judicata. What res judicata said that what a decision which got final, it should be remain final. Can we say that 108, it's not revisioning of the refund, and we can say that res judicata can apply on that? Can department take a different view from the same facts? मेरा सर 3-4 साल से रिफंड आ रहा है, 5वें साल डिपार्टमेंट कह रहे हैं कि तो आपकी सर्विस जो है ये एक्सपोर्ट नहीं है, दैट कम्स अंडर इंटरमीडियरी. 4 साल से सेम ऑफिसर मेरा रिफंड इशू कर रहा है. नाउ ही कम अगेन दैट ही सेइंग इट्स नॉट एलिजिबल, you need to give it to the Department of Revenue back. Sir, res judicata, what I believe, can be applied on the, if the officer has a similar, the same officer doing the same order, and he's he's making it against to you on another tax period, that may be applicable. But in the 108, it's just like that he is a higher authority of the person who is making the order. Just like अगर हाई कोर्ट का कोई ऑर्डर है, सुप्रीम कोर्ट तो उसको ऑब्वियसली उसको रिव्यू कर सकता है, मे बी विथ सम एप्लीकेशन, मे बी आई डोंट नो इफ सीओ मोटो ही कैन डू और नॉट. So 108, I believe, is very important, and officer can do so, but it should be within the limitation, and the ground, there should be the ground which I just says that it was it prejudicial to interest of the revenue, hearing was given, erroneous, right? Exactly, sir.
It's actually 263 of the income tax.
Exactly.
Same.
Same.
We are borrowing the wordings from there, and this estoppel of law, we say that there is no estoppel of law. Higher authority supervisory can take the power of revision is there, and it falls within the 4 corners of law. Revision is permissible.
Right, sir.
It's
Exactly.
actually 263 of the income tax. Parameters are the same.
True, sir.
They have borrowed their wordings from there. Erroneous
and prejudicial to the interest of revenue.
All those cases, very well polished in income tax.
Right, sir.
Borrowed it from there.
Right, sir. Thank you so much. No, sir. Thank you so much, sir. So what happened? There is a case of HCC VCCL joint venture. What happened in this case? Our order was passed by the officer, and the revision authority came up with another order and put hold the refund order already issued, and said that he got some intelligent data that you have claimed a wrongful ITC and a non-payment to supplier. Just keeping this as a reason, he issued the order and withhold the refund. The core factual question is, was there any finding that the refund order itself was erroneous, illegal, improper or prejudicial to the revenue? So the court says that the proceeding is ongoing. There is nothing what the commissioner itself or the subordinate officer did, some investigation or anything. There is some information which he received, and on the basis of that information, he cannot issue 108 order. So that's the point here. And what is the linkage of 108 with section 73 and 74? Can a refund order issued by the officer under 108 to withhold the tax refund, what if the refund has already been paid to the assessee? Can he do recovery from 108? So the 108 section is to only hold the refund and to make a modification in the order, but he cannot recover the refund already paid. So where that's where the 73, 74 come into the picture, and now 74A as well. So where what? So there is a flow, legal flow that need to be followed. That if Commissioner Revisional Authority call for an examined record under section 108, if order is erroneous and prejudicial to revenue, a revision order may modify, enhance, annul, stay operation of refund order. If amount has already been paid, recovery must be proceed as erroneous refund under section 73, 74. So that's where there is a interplay between this 108 and 73, 74. That whatever the order has been issued under 108, the refund must be taken back through the help of 73, 74. That means there should be a show cause notice, there should be a positive hearing, there should be a proper speaking order. So there is a case of Samsung India Electronic Private Limited. It is related that res judicata, that if the officer is saying that from the last 3 years he is issuing the refund, and then another next fourth year he is saying that your supplies intermediary not fall under the export of services. So that is already 3 years you were doing the same thing. Now the 3 years order has become a binding on you. You cannot now alter the facts are already same from the last 4 years. So you cannot reject this, and res judicata is applicable on you. So another issue is here is refund due to arbitration conciliation award. So what happened under this case? I'll give you a brief of this case, then we will come to the legal language. So agreement was between the DMRC and some another party, in which it was held in 2015, the agreement. There is a lease agreement which needs to be paid by the DMRC to the another party. But this is what happened. They had some dispute regarding the this payment of lease rent. So what they did some arbitration, conciliation between both of them. So in their agreement, the clause was there, and it was mentioned that someone from the DMRC only, the senior person, will be appointed as counselor, and he will and the both the party will decide just to avoid the legal consequences. So what happened? They have decided this. So from the July 17, they were paying the lease rental, and whatever the lease rental was agreed between them. But when the dispute came into arise, though say deducted the particular amount of they retained the amount of 40% or 60%, whatever the amount was, but they were always issue the full amount of rental. जितना भी रेंटल का अमाउंट था वो पूरा का पूरा एज अ टैक्स इनवाइस वो रेज कर रहे थे और रिटर्न जो अपनी फाइल कर रहे थे, बट दे वर नॉट पेइंग टू द थर्ड पार्टी. सो व्हेन इन द ईयर 2020 एंड 2021 इट वाज डिसाइडेड कि जो 40% का डिस्प्यूट अमाउंट है अब वो उन्हें पे नहीं करना, दे विल नॉट पे दैट, 60 अमाउंट विल बी द फाइनल 60% ऑफ द अमाउंट ऑफ द रेंटल. सो व्हाट हैपन, तो 17 से लेके 21 तक का जितना भी हम 40% एक्स्ट्रा रेंटल के ऊपर जो हमें अब पे नहीं करना उसके ऊपर टैक्स हम पे कर रहे थे. सो अब क्या है कि वो जो 40% के ऊपर टैक्स पे करा है, इट्स नॉट पेबल बिकॉज इट्स नॉट बिटवीन द पार्टी दैट देयर इज नो सप्लाई नाउ, बिकॉज वो एग्रीड ही नहीं है. अमाउंट जो पहले 1 लाख एग्रीड था अब वो 60,000 ही एग्रीड है, 40,000 एग्रीड ही नहीं है. सो इफ वी रीड द सेक्शन 54 फर्स्ट, relevant date. Point number D, in case where the tax become refundable as a consequence of judgment, decree, order. This one okay, it's not visible, sorry. So I'm reading point number D. In case where the tax become refundable, I'm reading the relevant date, when the relevant date should start. क्योंकि 17 में से लेकर 21 तक हम टैक्स पे कर रहे हैं. Now we are coming on 21 that जो 17 में मैंने टैक्स पे किया था उसको मेरे रिफंड कर दो because it's not there is no supply. So in case where the tax become refundable as a consequence of judgment, decree, order or direction of the appellate authority, appellate tribunal or any court, the date of communication of such judgment, decree, order or direction will be considered as a relevant date. So that from that decree or order 2 year will be counted. In any other case, अगर H वाला हम पढ़ते हैं, in any other case the date of payment of tax. So now what happened? SSE जो है वो कहता है कि it's a decree, it's a order, but it's, can you see that the conciliation, what is this? मतलब it's just a agreement between the parties. There is no order, no decree. So the department says it comes under point number H. That means in any other case the date of payment of tax. मतलब 17 में जब हमने पे किया था वो तब का माना जाएगा. But D says that कोई decree या order या direction या judgment है, तो वो वहाँ से consider किया जाएगा. The order was passed and rejected that it is out of limitation, you cannot claim the refund. The High Court said this agreement, the Conciliation and the Arbitration Act has a section, I think section 39, which says that whatever the decree or whatever the decision has been taken by the consular under this act, it will be considered as a order of the civil court. Decree of the court. So that should come under this D point, and the limitation should be counted from this agreement between the parties or order passed by the decree. The final finding of the takeaway, rejection order were set aside and refund was directed to be proceeded with the applicable interest. Therefore, the settlement date is treated as the deemed date of communication of judgment decree under section 54 expansion 2D. Another point under section 54 subsection 11, can a commissioner hold the refund? Commissioner has a power कि अगर उसको ऐसा लगता है that let's read the 54(1)(11), where an order giving rise to a refund is subject matter of an appeal or further proceedings, or where any other proceeding under this act is pending, and the commissioner is of the opinion that grant of such refund is likely to adversely affect the revenue in the said appeal or other proceedings on account of fraud committed, he may, after giving the taxable person opportunity, withhold the refund till such time as may determine. So a commissioner has a power to withhold the tax, but there is a mandatory check when he can do so. There should be a pending appeal further proceedings, refund order or the other proceeding nexus. That means जो pending proceeding है must have meaningful connection with the risk to the revenue. Reasoned commissioner opinion must disclose why release of refund was adversely affect revenue. There should be some fraud or malfeasance angle. Opportunity must have been given. So there is a lots of even Delhi High Court judgment that the commissioner can hold the refund, but there should be a proper reasoning, there should be a proper fraud. He cannot do so just because of there is some internal inquiries ongoing, there is something which is some ITC which is being taken from the fraud dealer whose registration has been cancelled, maybe not fraud, but the registration has been cancelled only. So these are not could be the ground to hold the refund under section 54 subsection 11, and it should be grant to the government. So there is a case of Shailendra Kumar versus Commissioner Delhi West GST Commissionerate. What happened is, under this fact that taxpayer succeeded before applied authority and refund became big payable. मतलब what happened just कि मेरा रिफंड रिजेक्ट हो गया, मेरे जो फर्स्ट मेरी जो असेसिंग ऑफिसर ने रिजेक्ट कर दिया. आई फाइल एन अपील में मेरा रिफंड जो ऑर्डर है वो मेरे को अलाउड कर दिया कि हाँ यू कैन टेक द क्रेडिट. नाउ व्हाट द डिपार्टमेंट सेड, department did not release refund, relied on section 5411. Department position was that it intend to challenge the appellate order, protect revenue. मतलब वो अपनी ट्रिब्यूनल को जस्टेड को हम अपील करना चाहते हैं, तो कमिश्नर said that. So that's why he hold the refund. So can he do so? So under this law it was held that section 5411 require actual pendency of appeal, further proceeding of other proceedings. कमिश्नर ओपिनियन कैनॉट स्टैंड अलोन विदाउट द स्टैच्यूटरी ट्रिगर. मतलब कोई आपने स्टे नहीं लिया किसी हायर अथॉरिटी से, कुछ नहीं, बस आप जस्टेट में वो अपील फाइल करेंगे. जस्ट बिकॉज ऑफ दैट यू कैनॉट होल्ड द रिफंड. यू हैव टू इशू द रिफंड एंड येस इफ यू वांट टू अपील फर्दर यू कैन डू सो. एंड व्हेनेवर यू फील लाइक whenever you get the order from the gestat, you may do the recovery proceeding start. When we talk about refund, yes sir. So when we talk about the refund, the vacancy footstep always comes in our mind. So it is very important. What happened under this act, under this case law, the ratio of the refund, there is a inverted, this case law talk about the inverted duty structure formula, where it was mentioned that जो input services हैं उसका credit आपको नहीं मिलेगा. मतलब जो inverted duty structure है उसमें अंदर सिर्फ input goods का ही credit आपको मिलेगा, refund मिलेगा, और input services का नहीं मिलेगा. Although it was earlier in the law, it got amended in 2018 or maybe 2019 with retrospective effect that the input services को उन्होंने formula से हटा दिया. So this went into the court and the Gujarat High Court said that it should be allowed, but again the department went to the Supreme Court and Supreme Court said that whatever the lawmaker has did, so it should be considered as it should be thought about the fiscal need of the India, so for the country. So under this under this the main issue came from when this notification which came, what was the effective date to apply this formula under the refund act, under the refund. That means this inverted duty structure में जो input services है जिसको हम deny कर रहे हैं वो कब से applicable होना चाहिए. सो इन 2022 में एक अमेंडमेंट आई थी जिसमें इन्होंने इनपुट सर्विसेज को भी फॉर्मूला का पार्ट बनाया, जिसमें उन्होंने टैक्स पेमेंट में से लेस इनपुट सर्विसेज को लेस करने के लिए वहाँ पे अलाउ कर दिया था. तो जो भी इसकी इम्प्लीकेशंस हैं वो 2022 से आगे के लिए होनी चाहिए. जैसे अगर विच फॉर्मूला अप्लाइज, अगर मैं CBSE सर्कुलर 181 की बात करूँ तो इट सेज दैट 5 जुलाई 2022 को ये नोटिफिकेशन आई थी, तो उससे पहले ओल्ड फॉर्मूला लगना चाहिए. 5 जुलाई के बाद अगर कोई एप्लीकेशन में फाइल कर रहा हूँ तो उसमें भी 5 जुलाई तक अगर मैं कोई रिफंड की एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर चुका हूँ तो उसमें भी क्या ओल्ड फॉर्मूला लगना चाहिए, और 5 जुलाई के बाद अगर मैं कोई रिफंड की एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर रहा हूँ तो उसमें न्यू फॉर्मूला लगना चाहिए. दैट व्हाट दिस सर्कुलर सेड. तो द पॉइंट इज कि क्या सर्कुलर जो है वो हमें ये बता सकता है कि इस नोटिफिकेशन या इस फॉर्मूले की कब से एप्लीकेबिलिटी होनी चाहिए. तो आई बिलीव कि इसमें एक there is a point that there is a three meaning of the word. There is a word prospective applicable, retrospective applicable, and there is a third point is retroactive. So as per my, I'm not sure, I would ask to the Verma sir, please clarify on this कि whether this formula can be considered as a retroactive. That means कि अगर कोई भी retroactive, what it does it mean कि जब कोई law change होता है, प्रोस्पेक्टिव क्या होता है कि वो जिस दिन से चेंज हुआ है उसके आगे से एप्लीकेबल हो. रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव जब से लॉ बना था वो तब से वो एप्लीकेबल होगा. रेट्रोएक्टिव इज कि जिस दिन अमेंडमेंट हुई उस दिन अगर कोई पेंडिंग केसेस चल रहे हैं तो वो उसके ऊपर भी एप्लीकेबल होगा, दैट इज रेट्रोएक्टिव. तो आई बिलीव दैट दिस फॉर्मूला शुड बी कंसिडर एज अ रेट्रोएक्टिव. तो 2022 में जब इसको इन्होंने चेंज किया तो वो एज पर सर्कुलर इट इज प्रोस्पेक्टिव, बट आई बिलीव दैट शुड बी कंसिडर एज रेट्रोस्पेक्टिव. रेट्रोएक्टिव. सो आई टेक बट 2 more minutes. रिफंड ऑफ वॉलेंटरी मिस्टेकन पेमेंट, अगर आपने कोई गलती से पेमेंट कर दी है किस लॉ की, सो देयर इज अ केस लॉ एंड द लॉ एज वेल दैट अगर कोई जहाँ पर मतलब इट्स ऑल्सो अनजस्ट एनरिचमेंट ऑल्सो अप्लाइज हेयर कि अगर कोई टैक्स बनता ही नहीं है जो आपने गवर्नमेंट को पे करा तो इट शुड बी रिफंड बैक टू यू. मतलब टैक्स पेयर राइट टू रिक्लेम नॉन टैक्सेबल अमाउंट इज कॉन्स्टिट्यूशनली प्रोटेक्शन. मतलब वो जब टैक्स ही नहीं है तो गवर्नमेंट कैन नॉट रिटेन दैट, इट शुड मस्ट बी पेड बैक. अगर आपने कोई रिफंड की एप्लीकेशन फाइल कर दी है, उसके अंदर कुछ मिस्टेक्स थी, कुछ भूल गए आप डालना, या कुछ पोर्टल में ग्लिचेस की वजह से कुछ पोर्शन उसमें रह गया है, देन यू कैन फाइल which one sir?
That cannot be applied under section 54.
Which one sir?
No, enrichment.
Enrichment, okay.
That has to be decided by the civil court.
Okay.
Because that is not part of section 54.
Well taken sir.
And this window में effect वो refund ही नहीं मिलेगा.
Sir, one more I would like to share that there is a circular which says that whatever you refund you file, if it is more than 2 lakh, you have to file a CA certificate which says that that the burden has not been, the incidence of tax has not been passed on. तो उसमें क्या है सर, एक जो हमारा रूल 89 है उसके अंदर लिखा है कि there is a 5 टाइप ऑफ कैटेगरी ऑफ रिफंड जो उसमें सर्टिफिकेट इशू करने के लिए बोला गया है, उसमें से 4 को एग्जाम्प्ट कर दिया गया है. सिर्फ एक ही कैटेगरी है जिसके अंदर जिसके अंदर हमें सीए सर्टिफिकेट देना होता है. बट सर्कुलर सेज दैट इन एवरी केस यू हैव टू पे इफ मोर देन 2 lakhs. सो सर्कुलर कैन नॉट ओवरराइड द लॉ. सो देयर इज अ जजमेंट ऑफ सवेरा एग्रो लिमिटेड विच सेज दैट यू डोंट रिक्वायर अ सीए सर्टिफिकेट इन द केस ऑफ अनजस्ट, मतलब इफ यू इट इज फॉर द अनजस्ट एनरिचमेंट, दैट मीन्स यू हैव नॉट पास ऑन द इंस्टेंट ऑफ टैक्स टू द अदर अथॉरिटी. दैट्स इट सर, थैंक यू सो मच.
थैंक यू अंकित जी. इससे पहले कि हम इनकम टैक्स पे एसपी सर को सुने, जो कि उनके लिए नया टॉपिक है और हम भी ईगरली वेटिंग कर रहे हैं कि उनको इनकम टैक्स के ऊपर सुने, लेकिन उनका फेवरेट जो सब्जेक्ट है वो जीएसटी है. तो आई रिक्वेस्ट कि आप आइए सर कि पहले रिफंड पे समअप करें और देन वी विल स्टार्ट द इनकम टैक्स. सर मैंने ये नहीं कहा आपको इनकम टैक्स नहीं आता, मैं कह रहा हूँ आपका फेवरेट सब्जेक्ट जो है वो है.
हाँ, नहीं डायमेंशन उसका जीएसटी से लिंक करके सुनेंगे. भाटी साहब 5 मिनट बैठ जाइए आप. अच्छा. Honorable members on the dais and friends. See, when you talk of refund, other than your refund application 2 year or whatever calculations you guys do, law has to be understood. Cash refund is possible by default in 2 situations: zero rating or inverted duty. Zero rating means exports, SEZ, and inverted duty where your output tax is lower than your input tax. The conditions precedent to claim refund are to be appreciated when you file the refund application. Refund application shall trigger the list between you and the department. If you simply go to computer and start filling some figures and tomorrow you get RFD 08 a show cause notice, then you are into litigation. Section 54 has no connection with section 16 input tax credit. It has no connection with section 73 or 74, which most of the departments do. 73, 74 triggers post section 16. After you have filed a self-assessment under section 58, then 73, 74 or 74A come as conditional jurisdictions where you can be a kind of reassessed by the officers mentioned on 3 grounds in 73-74A. So whenever you take a refund matter as a professional, notwithstanding how many refund applications you have got, don't feel overconfident. This law is evolving. 2 things, exports. So there is a definition of export which is different from customs, different from income tax. You have to follow your definition. Ensure you check all the documents that goods were exported out of India by your client. He took the bill of lading in his name, not in somebody else's name. Inverted duty, you have to be doubly sure that the period for which you are finding inverted duty refund application, the particular tax notification, that is basically number 11 or 12 for services, was relevant at that particular time. You have to make out a chart. Okay, what was your output supply and what are your inputs? We are only saying, the law only says your output tax chargeable on your taxable supply is lower than your tax on inputs. Law doesn't say that input can be same rate or output can be same rate, it only says lower than this. Make out a chart. Then find out, is there any restriction to claim refund? I have some cases where refund was banned, people claimed. So if your guys taken hera-pheri money from your client, you will have to return that money to the client because the refund is not there. Limitation, relevant date. I don't know how many of you ever read, including Ankit Mittal, have you ever read what is the provision of relevant date? हाँ तो वो डंडे खा के बनाया ना जी, ऐसे अपने तो ना बनाया उसने, डंडे बने उसको बहुत सारे पढ़े हैं ना बड़े अच्छे. So relevant date, you have those 14 issues which Ankit has raised, which are as per law. I have gone through that particular chart. So you have to see whether you are within 2 years. There is a 9 judges bench judgment of Supreme Court in Mafatlal's case, where they have laid down this theory of limitation for refunds in indirect tax regimes and the limitation part. Refund is a statutory mechanism. Mafatal को सेम बोल रहे हैं सर. So refund is not your fundamental right. It's given by statute subject to certain conditions. So you have to remain within section 54(1), 54(3). Limitation, the word used is may, but here may has to be used as shall. In Mafattal's case said this limitation for indirect tax regimes for claiming refund are sacrosanct. So 2 years from relevant date. There is no provision for condonation of delay in the entire GST Act, except section 1071, where the condonation is not under Limitation Act, but 1 month, basic 1 month discretionary power given. Section 5 of Limitation Act, in my view, is not applicable to any of the provisions of GST Act. Notwithstanding what Calcutta High Court, most of the time they write some judgments which are very strange. All judgments of Calcutta High Court under section 107, in my view, are very strange. As a lawyer, I can't reconcile how can a judge write that kind of a judgment. So you take it granted for 2 years. Now as professionals, don't tell the client you can't get the refund after 2 years. For a lawyer, creativity is this: can you make out a case beyond 2 years? So you have to call your client, ask him what is this. So you have an arbitration for matter. You can't reconcile letters and settle disputes. That is not arbitration. Arbitration is under law of Indian Arbitration Act, Reconciliation Act 1999. If there is a dispute resolute mechanism like mediation, that also can amount to arbitration, because Supreme Court keeps ordering go to mediation. Similarly, exports. It's not from date of invoice. It's the date when you hand over the goods to a ship's captain. He issues a called mate's receipt. That's called EGM technically. That date becomes relevant. It can be 1 month, 2 months difference between date of export, commercial invoice as well as. So simply handing over goods to custom house doesn't mean your exports have begun. There's a verification, there's a process, you have to get a DO, hand over the goods to a shipping line or whatever. So that also you have to be careful. Limitation, high courts have taken varied views. In the beginning, Madras High Court had taken the may should be read as may, not shall. So refund being your right, you are claiming back your money. So Article 300, capital A, Constitution should protect your right to claim your own money. But then Supreme Court judgments were not quoted before that High Court, which says it is a statutory right, subject to certain conditions. So never tell your client you can't get refund. You have to read. The reading is a habit. That is how you learn law. The basic provision which Ankit touched was Section 108 and its interplay with 73, 74, 74A. In excise and customs, there have been many judgments of Supreme Court on this issue on a similar line. Once a refund is given under 73 or 74, the limitation for claiming back refund is not linked with your annual return. You have to again read 70-74. It is 3 years or 5 years or whatever the years. It is from the date when refund was given to you. That is the date when your bank got a credit. That is date of refund. Not the RFD 06. That is not a date of refund. If RFD 6 is here today and your money comes to your bank after 7 days, like in March, Delhi government stopped all the refund including RFD 06. एक महीने के बाद लोगों के बैंक में पैसे आए. So 3 years from that date, not from date of the order sanctioning the refund. Once commissioner exercises his power under 108, the orders passed in 1774 are automatically stayed, that your refund can be denied. If he confirms his order under section 108, there is no need for the proper officer to follow a mechanism of show cause notices for 73-74, because 108 is a supervisory power of suo motu revision. So the supervisory powers cannot yield to the powers given to the delegates. Therefore, in Supreme Court in custom and excise cases, they are very clear that once a suo motu revision order is passed, first he puts on stay, then he gives you a hearing, then he says on these grounds have to be different than the grounds on which refund was given. They say, like the honorable member said, 263(1), there is a leading judgment of Malabar. That is the Bible on suo motu revision. So, in income tax, there are some big judgments which are followed till today for last 25 years. Malabar Hotel is one case which you should read. What is suo motu revision? Though the scheme of 108 is not paramateria with 263(1). 108 is in a contextual of indirect tax regimes. 263(1) is income tax regime. So taxable event, the scheme of the acts are totally different. But the basic principle, the words used there have been defined by Supreme Court. Therefore, we can pick up the law from those Malabar case and find out what is this. So once 108 notification, the notice is issued, Commissioner has to stay the operation of the order of 73-74 refund. Refund passed under section 54, that is RFD 06. If he does not stay, the refund order stands. Issuing notice is not enough. He must pass order based on grounds mentioned in 108. That is the interplay of 108, 73, 74. VKC footsteps. It's a Bible. If you have the guts to read 100 pages, please read. You never need to touch CGST Act on refund again. It covers, Dr. Chandrachud, one of a very rare good judgments he wrote in my view was VKC footsteps in GST regime. It covers all aspects of section 54. This formula was recommended by GST Council. this formula was accepted by the government and put in the book. Initially, a lot of cases went to High Court. This is effective from the date in 23 when it was introduced, not prior to that. But most of the High Court said this amendment was curative in nature, that is clarificatory in nature. So once an amendment is clarificatory and is held so, this relates back. Ankit, you are clear? This will relate back. So VKC footstep, Supreme Court did say that this is a clarificatory amendment and we uphold it valid. It has plus minuses, this formula. A lot of us don't agree. But VKC footstep was on the interpretation of words inputs. That was the whole case made on inputs. Lakshmi Kumaran had said in Supreme Court that inputs word means goods and services. Otherwise, why should they write? They should write only input. Input was defined in the Act. Inputs is not defined in the Act. But Supreme Court says, don't give us this S word. It means only goods, not services. There was the logic. When you pay tax on goods, you have to prove the physical receipt of goods. In services, it's very difficult to prove whether did you get any services or not. So they upheld the formula and therefore it became retrospective in nature. All other judgments where refunds were allowed or remanded, no High Court has ever allowed a refund. I have not seen in my 40 years career where High Court has allowed a refund. They have given direction, recompute, give, follow the direction or whatever. This is what they do. They pass on the buck to the assessing officer again. So wherever this 2-year limitation was passed, this was under Article 226. So Article 226 judgments are not applicable to statutory authorities. They are bound by the statutory provisions. You may quote a High Court judgment like 107 delay has been condoned by High Court, many High Courts. But can tribunal condone delay? The answer is no. Go to 226, get it condoned. But those judgments give us the leverage to prepare our grounds of appeal on those lines which High Court has suggested under these circumstances, the delay in filing refund beyond 2 years could be allowed. So whenever you see in these 5-6 judgments which Ankit has given, there are many more on this issue. You can do your research work. But before you file appeal, your documentary evidence should be intact. Income tax, customs, GST are document-driven laws. Law is only 10%, which is for the honorable judges to agree or don't agree with you. Judges don't give you documents. So whatever you do, your documents must be intact. If you fail in documents, no law helps you. Where will you apply law on? Based on documents. आपको इन्वर्टेड ड्यूटी है, कैसे है बताइए जी? कहां से माल खरीदा आपने? कौन है ये बंदे? So this verification of input tax credit, in my view, is not a part of Section 54. They have to give you refund because law has given a different machinery, Section 73, 74 or 74A, to recover back the refund given to you. So under 54, this kind of verification, what these departments keep doing, and the commissioners very happily allow it, this is absolutely illegal, and many high courts now have held so. So I thought these are my views on refund. Thank you so much. But I'm very lucky. Income tax, I have two stalwarts of income tax to guide me if I go wrong. I'll try my best, man. But I'm lecturing in income tax after maybe 2 decades. I don't like this subject. I've done some ITAT cases in Pune and Bombay, but on the other principle like condonation kind of. But it's a new law, and Section 6 is the cornerstone of income tax.
One thing we can say, your experience before ITT.
ये अंकित लोग कहाँ से थे?
That I'm very sure about it. No, that I'm very, very sure about it. सर हमारे यहाँ प्रेसिडेंट
विकास
मानते
उदय
ही
को
नहीं है।
बुलाइए।
हाँ, ITAT में मानते हैं। ITAT में मानते हैं। I read ITAT judgments, and most of the judgments are confirmed by High Court. वो 260A में उड़ा देते हैं कि नो सब्सटेंशियल क्वेश्चन ऑफ लॉ, गेट आउट।
एक मिनट, वो पासवर्ड लगाओ उसका ना।
इसका पासवर्ड चाहिए।
उसका अपना पासवर्ड भूल गया।
अंकित कुछ कर गया इसमें क्या? आ गया, चलो। So you want to get bored for next 1.5 hours? काफी ज्यादा बोर होने वाले हो। No chai. Call the tea here. First two slides are, ठीक है? First two slides are Supreme Court judgments which are necessary for us as professionals to take care. Remember, when a client loses a case, he loses for his own inactions. You lose your reputation. You picked up a wrong case. If I lose a case where the judges think his facts were very poor, it was a bad case, I also lose my brand image. So therefore, as chartered accountants and advocates, whatever you do, be careful. These are judgments. CIT versus Odeon Builders, 2019 Supreme Court. Bogus billing detected via GST records can justify addition under Income Tax Act. This is the one-line ratio of this judgment. So, अगर DGGI ने तुम्हारी कुछ गड़बड़ पकड़ ली, it will align with income tax. They will add back to your income, and you will have no explanation there whatsoever, because you have not filed a return disclosing that particular turnover. Then the principal commission tax versus the Shahaji Polanji, turnover declared GST can be used as evidence in income tax proceedings. Discrepancies between the RTR can lead to reassessment. So notwithstanding what you write in section 147, 148 or the new sections of new act, Supreme Court says this can be used as a reassessment step. State of Karnataka e-com Kalgil Coffee, this our VAT judgment, where the Supreme Court said the GST turnover data is admissible in disputes over taxable income. Authorities can cross-verify. And now there are cases in Maharashtra and South where a lot of things are happening, where bank loan balance sheets were different, income tax were different, GST was different, and under FAMA and DGST also returns were different. So when you all reconcile, you have a lot of problems. So therefore, keep remembering this. These are a few examples. The partnership firm showed 10 crore turnover GST returns, including exempt supply and stock transfers. So remember, section 2, subsection 6 of GST defines aggregate turnover. So GST definition is aggregate turnover. It includes all that was written there. Income tax return reports 8 crore turnover, excluding exempt supplies. Risk tax authority will issue a notice for unexplained turnover difference. So if there is a difference before you go to ITAT or any income authority, reconcile these two balance sheets and keep ready your explanation. Any document you prepare in law that requires an interpretation, is my experience, no court will ever favor you. You can give whatever explanation you want to give. They are all afterthoughts. Therefore, ensure when you go to your authority, explain yourself if you have nothing to hide. कि अभी मेरी इनकम टैक्स में 10 करोड़ है, जीएसटी में 8 करोड़ है, टर्नओवर के डेफिनेशन अलग है, ये इसका रिकॉन्सिलेशन. But once an authority puts a question, for example, Mr. Agarwal puts a question in ITAT, and we are not able to answer off the cuff, I can tell you the trouble starts. Because he's only asking question. Next time, he will go into depth and ask you more questions if he wants to want relief. So be careful on this. Why we must seriously appreciate residential status? Read the red portion. Resident individuals who are residents and HUF may either be residents who are known as usual residents or residents who are not RONR, usual residents. Both residents and non-residents are the other assessees. So we have 3 or 4 categories of resident status, which is there everywhere in the world except Europe. It is not necessary that you are an Indian citizen, for income tax you shall be resident. That's not necessary. You can be NRI, right? So all Indian citizens may not be residents. All foreigners may be resident for the purpose of income tax, because this is a fact-based investigation. वो 182 दिन वो जो भी कैलकुलेशन आप लोग करते हो, अब उस चार्ट को बनाना आपको आना चाहिए. If you do not understand what you are doing, supposing I want to run a startup, I want to have an LLP. मैं बोलता हूँ सर मुझे इनकम टैक्स नहीं देना. काम कहाँ करोगे सर? काम हम कहीं भी करेंगे. So you should know how to determine the residential status of an LLP. If everybody is up outside India and they take all decisions there, will discuss this matter, then you can say, yes, your income earned abroad will not be taxed in India. So residential status becomes that important. Resident but not only resident, expats who return to India. Many not taxed, but you should tell him when to return. If it's a huge tax liability, you should be able to advise कि अभी आपको कब इंडिया में वापस आना है, so that your status is not disturbed. Otherwise, you are taxed again. There is no bar. If there is a double taxation, in the absence of any double tax avoidance agreement, you can be doubly taxed, there is no bar. Now, the corporate residential status, the companies, it is linked with place of effective management. We call it POEM in short. Even Supreme Court writes POEM. We will discuss this. We are not going to waste time on this particular slide. We have enough material. GST versus income tax. Taxable events in GST, income tax are both different. GST is an indirect tax levied on gross value. Income tax is only taxable income. So GST 18% on 100 rupees. Income tax could be nil. You may show a loss. Or say 5 rupees income tax on 5 rupees. Therefore, your reconciliation of income tax record with GST record, whatever you have done, if GST is applicable to you, can be a very serious challenge. If you get caught, you show more in income tax, show less in GST, or vice versa, the consequences will follow. And nowadays, all departments are online aligned. And all these acts are a part of PMLA also. So you have to be a little more careful. These are the definitions of GST turnover and income tax turnover. I think you know it, I need not read it. Now, there is a theory of taxation of global income. Last few years, we have learned to realize this terminology. Can global income be taxed? It's not a new term, but the European authorities and American subcontinent have started using the word global income. That depends on your residential status, we will discuss. Now, what are the key issues? I'm not into 182 days, we are discussing pure law, not the calculation. What is the residence rule, default rule? If you are a tax resident in India, India taxes your worldwide income. If you are a tax resident in India, that is, you are an ordinary resident in India. Whatever the limitation, section 6 जो calculation आप सारी करें, उसके हिसाब से आप बोलते हो कि जी आप इतने दिन जानते, पिछले 9 साल में इतना था, 7 साल में इतना था, जो भी आप calculation करें, you are a resident in India. Your global income is taxed. If you come, you are a non-resident in India, the whole thing reverses, no tax. Only in case of individual, you have these 3-4 categories. Individual is the biggest sufferer in section 6. Source rule, non-residents are taxed only on income that accrues, arises or is received in India. These 3 words are very critical for the interpretation of section 6. Accrues, arises or is received in India. All 3 need not be simultaneously interpreted. It can be individually interpreted. Tomorrow High Court might say, no, this income accrued in India, so you have received in Malaysia. No, we will tax it. So these are the triggers which lead to income tax litigation, and there are many judgments to this effect. All my PPT is based on Supreme Court judgments. It's a foundation. Whatever you do in any income source, house property, business, other sources, salary, capital gains, real estate, rent, all first lead to whether you were a resident or non-resident. Right? Therefore, section 6 lays down the foundation of your income tax calculation, payment and liability. If you are a resident and ordinary resident in India, you pay tax on global income. Wherever you earn, you have to pay tax. We will discuss, it is subject to DTA. Indian income, resident but not ordinary resident, Indian income plus certain foreign income linked to India. We will discuss this, just a default rule. Non-resident, only deemed received in accruing in India. That is, if Sushil Verma lives in America, I'm an Indian citizen, I'm a non-resident here. If I have no income at all in India, I have to pay no tax. So people who go abroad, they first go to this big force. How shall we remain non-resident? Because if you trigger any of the issue, becoming a resident or but not resident, you trigger this tax liability in India also. This is where your passports become very handy. That is the only document which tells you when did you come to India, when did you go out, whether you were there in 1 or 2 days or 9 years or 7 years or whatever you were. Not necessarily that last year you were resident and this year you cannot be non-resident. As a default rule, this is not the principle. You can be. Sir, I'm going right? Manojji? Please stop me. We all seek your guidance, we are all learning. Now, this is a concept which all of you should know. I told you we'll do Section 6 will do it very differently. We are not going to mug up those 1 or 2 days as issues. What is a double taxation avoidance agreement? In this slide you will have details. India has DTA with 95 countries. Can you believe? 95 countries we have entered into double tax avoidance agreement. So what does it mean? All DTAAs have different contractual obligations for the source country, say India, or for the country where you earn income, say Dubai. So you cannot by default pick up a DTAA and say this is applicable to me also. You have to read, download that DTA or get that DTA of a particular country, which two countries you are comparing, then find out what are the taxes applicable. Generally it means, I won't say default, generally it means if there is a DTA between two countries, that tax paid in country can be set off against the tax liability of the source country. Generally this is the principle of DTA. Not always, but generally is the principle. If you have a guy like Donald Trump, he might say, I don't approve DTA, all cancelled, finished, go to hell. So you might say one day, he's saying that for H1B visa nowadays, I don't recognize what money you paid, forget it. Go to any court wherever you have to go. So as professional, don't jump. Okay, what concession is available to you? Let us say withholding tax, 30%, it can be 5%, it can be 10%, but you have to read that DTA. Now, a resident and only resident must disclose foreign assets. So if your income is linked with foreign assets and you want to invoke DTA, those assets should have been declared in your income tax returns. If they catch you, these assets were not declared and they were subject to income, if I am the commissioner, I will not give you a DTA benefit. You must have approached returns with clean hands. Your returns, that's why the returns have to be absolutely correct. If you have filed incorrect returns, which department thinks is a concealment or fraudulent, not a bona fide error, then all your subsequent claims can go. For example, GST. If they catch you of concealment and they tax you, then Section 60 bans input tax credit to the recipient if it was a case of Section 74, concealment. So if you pay any tax subsequent to 74 proceedings in GST law, no input tax. Same logic applies to incomes as well. Generally, there can be Supreme Court judgment different. So how do you interpret DTA? See, all these startups nowadays, this Swiggy, this LLP, these Paytms and all the stuff, they are all being created abroad to remain non-resident here. Shell companies, tax havens, they are all created outside. So what happens there? There's a DTA available. So how do you check this? These some slides tell you. I will not read this, you can read. We will not focus on this. There are mandatory conditions if DTA benefits are applicable in this income source country. There are certain essential mandatory conditions. One is TRC from your country of residence, not country of domicile where you are staying. Say America, TRC you need. India, you need TRC. Form 10F or whatever this form is, I don't know about this form. Mention DTA details in your Indian ITR. This is a mandatory condition. Now supposing you are not mentioned and the ITR taxes you go in appeal, then you have to find out, is it a lapse of procedure or is it a substantive lapse? Most of the courts have held it's a substantive lapse. So you have a case in hand if you want to claim benefit. Lower tax rate or exemptions apply on specific income tax. So if there is a lower tax rate in DTA or exemption, you have to find out what kind of income this is subject to. कौन सी इनकम पे लोअर टैक्स है, क्या वो आपकी इनकम है, डोंट सब 10% लिखा 10% कर लिया. There may be conditions, the 10% applies to the following incomes. So if you have a similar income here in India or abroad, wherever you want to invoke DTA, then you have to say you fall within that category of income. Then your DTA benefit is available to you. Example, an Indian, it could be wrong, this my example, whatever I've understood. An Indian citizen working in the USA, tax resident there. So remember, domicile resident, you are Indian citizen. Tax resident means you are a tax resident as per the law there. You are tax resident there. USA with Indian rental income or bank interest can claim relief under USA DTA to reduce, avoid. So what? With Indian rental income or bank interest. So you are an American tax resident, you have Indian rental or banking income, where you pay tax, is earned in India. You can take benefit there. So what? Banking and rental income. If DTA has those benefits in that USA India DTA, only then. Otherwise, no. So you can't pay any tax and get benefit. Those concessional tax benefits must be a part of DTA, which normally are. All DTA basically same, but European countries, American DTA are different because they follow a different income tax regime. So this I told you, they have 95 comprehensive DTA plus several limited agreements. Now, what is limited agreements? They apply to very limited incomes, not all the incomes. So you have to go through what is limited double tax avoidance agreement. वर्षा सिर फट जाएगा, ये इनकम टैक्स पढ़ के सबके सिर फट जाएंगे क्योंकि हमने कभी पढ़ा नहीं है पहले ऐसे को. DGST you take on people, no? You take on people's minds. मेरे को 15 दिन लगे इसको बनाने में. पहले तो पढ़ना पड़ा, समझना पड़ा कि मैंने बोलना है कि that's a big issue. Now let us say withholding tax relief. ये बहुत है. बाहर के लोगों की यहाँ बहुत प्रॉपर्टियां बिकती हैं, खरीदती हैं. गुड़गांव में तो रोज होता है. Dividend paid by Indian company to US shareholder is taxed as 25% under domestic law, but DTA reduces to 15%. So dividend paid by Indian company, you have to first find out whether that company is an Indian company. That is company registered under Companies Act 2013. That's only an Indian company. Companies under Companies Act, not income tax. So you have to find out whether you are dealing with a dividend received from an Indian company. So you have to go to your desk, find out details of the company before you say, I'll reduce my withholding tax relief. Capital gains. Treaties with Mauritius and Singapore now allow source-based taxation of capital gains, closing earlier loopholes. तो capital gains में कहाँ-कहाँ क्या-क्या उन्होंने लिखा है वो आपको follow करना है. The examples are, how do you read DTA? Documentation. Non-residents. So where is applicable? Non-residents must furnish a TRC. So if you are a non-resident in India, you want some benefits, you have to furnish that I am a resident of America. Tax residency certificate from whichever country you want, you have to produce that. Unilateral relief. If no DTA exists, law provides credit for foreign taxes paid limited to the lower of foreign tax rate or Indian average rate. This we will discuss in a few next slides. Let's say first resident and ordinary resident versus DTA. Mr. Ram lives in India and qualifies as an ROR. Income salary from a US company given in his US bank account. Salary from a US company credit to his US bank account. Taxation. This salary is taxable part in India as part of his global income. He can claim foreign tax credit if US taxes were paid. He has not worked here. He has not worked here, but he is resident and ordinary resident in India. पैसा वहां कमाया, US बैंक में गया, right? But he pays tax here. But law allows if you have paid tax there, you can reduce those taxes. Are you clear? Now this is where the appreciation of this concept comes into play. If a client comes to you, if you don't know this law, आप तो क्या मारोगे गूगल से कुछ बकवास करके उसको एडवाइस दे दोगे, मर जाएगा वो. You have to prepare your notes. Was he in ROR? Did he earn this salary in America? Where did this salary go? In a US bank? Did he pay tax there? What is the tax liability here? Can I reduce the taxes paid in US and reduce the tax liability here? That you have to prepare a chart and keep on his file before you take a viewpoint with the authorities. Resident but not RNOR. Madam Rajmani Jindal, she has a lot of money, I know. You have a lot of money, we know. We have an eye on that money. So we are scaring you, okay, now we know income tax also. Rajmani Jindal returned to India after working abroad for 10 years. By default, she should qualify as a resident but not ordinary resident. Income, rental income from UK, not taxable since R&R are taxed only on Indian income and income from business controlled in India. You should know this. No, why she is not paying tax? It's linked with section 6. She is a resident but now not a resident. So if you do not know what income can be taxed in the hands of RNOR, you may misguide her. Most of us will misguide her if conceptually we are not clear. Let's say non-resident. Mr. C is an NRI working in Dubai. Income, salary in Dubai plus rental income from a flat in Mumbai. Taxation, only the Mumbai rental income taxed in India, Dubai salary is outside India's tax scope. Why? Because he is a non-resident. If for other category, different consequences will follow. So first you have to decide whether Mr. C comes to you, कि भाई मैंने ये दुबई में इतना पैसा मेरा 2 लाख दिरहम मेरी सैलरी आई है, वहाँ कमाई है, और मेरी बॉम्बे की रेंटल इनकम में भी 1 करोड़ रुपए इनकम है साल की. सर मुझे कोई टैक्स देना है? So you have to first make whether this C, what was the residential status in that assessment year. If as a non-resident, then this example follows. So what I mean to say is, continue to master definitions. Without definitions, you read any law, your opinions will be wrong. 100%. I have no doubt you may read any judgment, Supreme Court, whatever. If your concepts are not clear through section 2 or section 6 like this charging section, you have a lot of problems. These are few things which you have all heard from Dr. Ahuja 100 times, I don't know. But I'll tell you 2 or 3 points. The last but second line, transitional provisions, pre-April 126 periods governed by 1961 Act. So don't confuse. The new act has a lot of new provisions which are different language. There's a consolidation, the interplay of sections and chapters changes in this new act. Therefore, transitional provisions are to be governed by 1961 Act because all provisions are saved in repeal and saving clause. Everything else more or less seems same. Now, what is this importance of RNOR? But this is the only controversial area we have in income tax regime. It is a transitional residential status under 6 that bridges the gap between non-resident and ROR categories. So whenever an NRI, expat or individual with recent foreign ties offering partial relief from global taxation, so if these kind of people come, you can generally believe that they are RNOR. Then you have to simply read what are the income to be taxed as an RNOR, accordingly advise him. But if he has to delay his coming or hasten his coming, you have to advise him, तब तक आ जाओ, आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा. अगर वो यहाँ आके, if he becomes an ROR category, so the problem starts. So this is where the conceptual framework to appreciate ROR matters. Who qualifies? I'm not going to full slide, only the first red portion. A person who is resident, meets 180 days, 63 or whatever, but satisfies any of these additional conditions, he becomes RNOR. So what is the view? Resident but not ordinarily resident. That is, first he has to be a resident. Only then he becomes not ordinary resident. So if he satisfies any of these following three conditions, we call him resident but not ordinary resident. Now, deemed residents. There are two concepts introduced, they brought much more clarity in 2025 Act. Indian citizen with greater than 15 lakh India sourced income, not taxable elsewhere, are treated as RNOR. Not taxable elsewhere. That's important. ये नहीं कि 15 लाख से ऊपर है तो बन गया RNOR. No. First category is where India sourced income not taxable elsewhere. High income investors, India sourced income 15 lakh, staying so and so. So both are 15 lakh, but conditions are different. पहले में not taxable elsewhere, दूसरे में staying 120-80 days में qualifies as RNOR. दोनों अलग चीजें हैं, but दोनों का स्टेटस आपका RNOR बनता है. Now, what are the benefits? See, lakhs of people are going to come back from America, Australia, what's happening there in next 2-3 years. They have to leave those countries. When Mr. Modi went to Australia, there were lakhs of people on road, go back. And today morning I was saying, I have some relations in Australia. They say now this is having ripple effect. They are asking Indians to leave. Man, all of us, even we want Pakistanis to leave. It affects our job. It affects our status here. So once they all start coming here, your appreciation of these concepts become more important, so that whatever they lose there, all those people who are coming from Dubai, they can't bring cars here. There's a huge custom duty. So they are leaving, parking those cars in the car, Ferrari, all there lying with keys. Take it. Tax planning window allows repatriation and resettlement in India while protecting foreign earnings. That is overseas salary investments for a transitional period. NRE, FCNR interest, non-resident bank account, often remains tax-free if you are returning NRAs or expats. जो आपके बाहर के पैसे हैं वहाँ को इंटरेस्ट वगैरह लगता है तो वहाँ आपको टैक्स नहीं लगेगा. Foreign assets. So what is the precondition? Disclosure in scheduled fixed assets of ITR is typically required for residents, including RNOR, but taxability depends on sourcing. Declare आपको करना है. अगर वो सारी sourcing बाहर थी तो India may get benefit. I'm not saying you will get benefit. Once we come to taxability, then we will examine this in detail. How can this be taxable or tax-free? DTA relief can claim treaty benefits. Now these four things, if you know, and if SV is like staying in Dubai, I'm coming back. They have to guide me what kind of tax liability I have if I come now. Or if I come after 1 month, and then what happens? Will it change? Or if I come 1 month earlier, will it change? So if you do not know this law, you are likely to do pooch-pooch practice and the client will be doomed. Again, I tell you, this initial investigation is the foundation of litigation. If you factually are incorrect in the beginning of a litigation, these facts cannot be corrected. It's a very difficult proposition. Additional evidence, what all bakwas we keep doing in GST, that doesn't rectify. It may not relate back. So you are in the hands of a tribunal or a court. They may accept, they may not accept. If you filed wrong return, not declared turnover. Now you say, no sir, now we will declare turnover, pay tax interest. They say, what about penalty and prosecution? How do you get away from there? If you were a case of 74 और आपको जेल में, तो आपके एमडी को जेल में डालने की बात हो रही है, कहते सर हम टैक्स दे देंगे, इंटरेस्ट दे देंगे. Is that enough? Will it make you pure-hearted person? You still remain a criminal. That is why composition payments does not relieve you from section 132(69) in GST. Notwithstanding, you have paid all taxes. The criminal proceedings cannot abate. Same is income tax here once you go into a higher level of income tax practice. Deemed residents, we have discussed this. Third point, RMR state is determined annually and typically lasts up to 2-3 years. This is ORG research done on income tax, which says once you are RNOR, तो अगले 2-3 साल भी आप RNOR रहते हो. Now these are some Supreme Court laid down principles of law, which we will discuss in coming slides, wherever relevant. I will read Supreme Court language. The Supreme Court has clarified that the residential status of companies in India is determined not where they are incorporated, but where their de facto control and management lies. Indian unincorporated companies are always residents, while foreign incorporated companies can be treated as residents if their central management control is exercised in India. So if I form SV Legal Limited in India, I'm an Indian company resident. But the same company SV Legal I create in Switzerland, that will not make me resident, unless revenue is able to prove all your decisions regarding your key businesses or key clauses of your memorandum of association are taken from India. So notwithstanding company was in Switzerland, your place of effective management is in India. It can trigger a tax liability. So the concept of POM is so critical to decide the corporate residential status. This is what Supreme Court says. Indian companies, default rule, always treated as residents. Not tax residents, residents. It also has some flaws. Foreign companies considered residents if place of effective management or de facto control, Gamescraft, Swiggy, all the Dream 11, they were all companies created in tax havens. So what we know about the GST matters? We know the GST cases, income tax. That's why they were remaining sitting abroad. All these lottery companies. So what we saw in Supreme Court is GST litigation, because the GST liability triggered in India, notwithstanding they were non-resident companies for the purpose of income tax. For the interplay with GST, their liability remains if there is a supply of goods or services within India or from India. That liability doesn't go. So whenever you advise a company, you should always give a rider. Sir, income tax में non-resident हो आप, धंधा आप यहाँ कर रहे हो, तो GST liability आपके पास नहीं निकलने वाली, वो उस पर टैक्स देना है आपको. That is interplay you have to understand. Now these are 5. कर ले यार, मैं मेरे घरे ब्याह हो रहा है, भाई कौन ही नहीं है. चलो. There are 4 Supreme Court judgments which you must study these full judgments. I have done full, so I am giving you the issue, what was involved. First was Mansarovar Commercial 2023, whether a company incorporated under Sikkim Companies Act was resident in India. The court held the resident state depends on de facto control and management. Sikkim word is wrong. I think it was Switzerland. Principle, registration on domicile is irrelevant. What matters is the head and brain of company operates. Supreme Court reinforced the POM principle. So simply a company is resident abroad, it doesn't mean it cannot be a tax residence in India. If all directors, we will discuss documents, etc., what document you have to prepare to ensure that you remain non-resident. Union of India, Azadi, this is a very beautiful judgment. It has lots of principles, then one of a tax also. Validity of Mauritius-based companies, including treaty benefits, tax haven and Mauritius. The court upheld the right of foreign companies to claim residence outside India if their control and management is genuinely abroad. Now this is a principle. But most of the Supreme Court latest judgments on tax cases say transaction can be looked behind. Anil Ambani's shell companies, I work for Reliance, I know what all is there. They are all being harassed here. That is if the creation was genuine, not a plotted one. You can face PMLA, you can face ED, you can face CBI, Gautam Adani. We didn't do anything in India, it's a different matter. But the shell companies were there where the money laundering took place. Say we couldn't do anything, we couldn't do anything, that's all. The principle, if their control and management is genuinely abroad, the word Supreme Court uses genuinely abroad. आजकल ईमेल का जमाना है. Let me give you example. हमारे कहते हैं हमारा तो genuine control हमारा लंदन में है. ये हमारा इंडिया ऑफिस तो एग्जीक्यूट करता है, यहाँ हमको डिसीजन नहीं लेते. इंडिया ऑफिस में रेड करते हैं, आपके सारे लैपटॉप लेके जाते हैं. एंड सुशील वर्मा इज दी ब्रेन बिहाइंड दोस कंपनीज. उसकी सारी ईमेल यहाँ से जा रही है, ये कर लो, वो कर लो, ये कर लो, वो कर लो. तो वेयर इज द हेड एंड ब्रेन? हियर. दैट्स व्हाई सुप्रीम कोर्ट यूज द वर्ड genuinely. In all tax matters, Ecom Gill, they repeated 6 times, you have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the transaction of buying goods was genuine. So is the income tax philosophy. If you want to say you are a non-resident in India and don't pay your global tax, you prove you are a non-resident in a genuine manner. The principal substance of a firm, sham arrangements can be pierced. Corporate lifting of corporate will can take place even on residential status. Supreme Court has done in many cases. High courts have done many judgments on this issue. How are you resident? Tell us, explain us. That's why most of the income tax tribunals or high courts, they ask for affidavit. Explain how are you non-resident. If I am the ITAT member, I'll say, give me from the MD of the company, how are you a non-resident. Give us facts. That is why your laptops and telephones are picked up and seized to know what exactly you do. But genuine foreign control is respected. So if you create a sham company or shell company out to take a status of non-resident company in India and don't pay global tax, you have to be careful. Then there's a Vodafone International Holdings. Vodafone is a dark chapter of Indian income tax, where the finance minister, Mr. Pranab Mukherjee, it retrospectively amended for 15 years a particular word to tax Vodafone. Because they had the power. Quest is a different matter, but they had the power. Taxability offshore transaction involving Indian assets. It's a little bigger platform we're discussing this law, but that's what you're going to see in coming time. ये रिटर्न विटर्न का धंधा बंद है आपका. अब आपका कोई रोल है नहीं वहां. छोटे लोगों ने पैसा आपको देना नहीं, बड़े लोग आपके पास आएंगे नहीं क्योंकि हमें लॉ नहीं आता. Big fours do not know law more than you. I work for them. They know nothing, but they have the technology. They have the resource all over the world, which our companies don't have. We can't have that kind of money. The court emphasized foreign companies are not automatically residents merely because they hold Indian assets. Again, the principle is, where is the head and brain? Residency requires effective management in India, not just business connections. You might say, अरे ये पैसे बकवास करते हैं स्विट्जरलैंड यार, सारा काम तो इनका धंधा यहाँ पर है. नेटवर्किंग इनकी जहाँ है, लाइसेंसिंग यहाँ करते हैं, गवर्नमेंट के कॉन्ट्रैक्ट ये लोग लेते हैं. But that is operational execution of a concept given by a foreign company. That is not a decision taken. Decision making, executing decision in company law and in income tax, both are different concepts. Therefore, they say business connection से कुछ नहीं बनता भी ये residence से. आप prove करो there was a POM here. India was a place for effective management control for those companies in India. Foreign company with Indian board meetings. If a Singapore corporate company holds a strategic board meeting in Mumbai, it may be deemed resident in India, because the head and brain of a company is board of directors. If those meetings are held in India and proved, then this is here. They become tax resident. So imagine on a tourism they hold a board meeting and they minute it. बोर्ड मीटिंग मिनट करनी पड़ती है. हमारे यहाँ तो करते नहीं लोग ना, सीए भी नहीं करते, वकील भी नहीं करते. प्राइवेट लिमिटेड कंपनी छोड़ो यार, जब जरूरत होगी सारी बना लेंगे, इकट्ठी बना देंगे. Right? But this is where you get caught. Your companies lose millions because you did not do the work as per Companies Act. You did not record your minutes. There is no minute book available to you. So if board meetings are held in Mumbai, the Supreme Court says it's difficult for you to say that you are a non-resident because your head and brain was here, you did a board meeting in Mumbai. Now what happens? Through tax implications. Foreign company with overseas control. If the same company board meets in Singapore and decision made are there, it remains non-resident even if operations are in India. Simply operations execution in India does not make a corporate company tax resident in India. तो अगर वो बॉम्बे में बोर्ड मीटिंग की तो इंडिया यहां बन गए. अगर the same meeting takes place in Singapore, not in Mumbai, then simply because they have some operations in India from where they earn income, income will not become taxable per se. No, that's for Indian sourced income, no? That's okay. Indian sourced income. We are not talking about India. Only operations are in India. Taxable will be as per non-resident. Indian sourced income, yes. Right? Indian subsidiary of a foreign parent, always resident in India regardless of a foreign shareholding. If you have holding company in Mauritius, you have an Indian subsidiary. So what is Indian subsidiary? What is a subsidiary company? It's not an associated company. It's not a group company. That is the balance sheet of subsidiary company, am I right, sir? Has to be declared in the holding balance sheet. That's why we call Indian subsidiary company. That is, you have to first make out, is it a subsidiary? It's a company. So unless you decide, yes sir? Yes. Not a branch, exactly. Same concept we have in section 25, subsection 3 GST law. Distinct person. If the two companies are differently incorporated, India and abroad, they are held separate entities and transaction between them can be exports. Right? But if you have a branch office, things may be different. The circular may not be applicable there. So you have to know, if you want to ensure Indian subsidiary is not a resident in India, you have to say this is not a subsidiary. So what is POM? All the judgments we cut, red portion only. It ensures that companies cannot escape Indian taxation simply by incorporating abroad while effectively being managed in India. So if, like Mr. Khurana raised a question, the non-resident companies, you will be taxed as per law, Indian sourced income may be, but simply you create companies abroad, you cannot get away from tax liabilities in India. You have to further ensure head and brain is outside India, not here. As we go further, I will tell you how this head and brain is determined. Sir, I'm on right track?
Yes. The Blackstone ruling is there.
I have the judgment, but I can't read judgments here. PPT is there. Identify, so how do you decide this POM? It's again a Supreme Court judgment from where I picked up these 3-4 tests. If most income, assets, employees and payroll are outside India, the company is considered to have active business abroad. This is the principle of active business. Income, assets, employees and payrolls are outside India. The company is, let us say, a company called Cognizant. They have operations everywhere. You have to say, okay, what is their role in India? In such cases, POM is presumed to be outside India unless board meetings are routinely held in India. Let us say there were 20 board meetings. Only 2 were held in India. Then you have to make out a case, okay, will they make this resident or they will still remain non-resident? Right? The Supreme Court says are routinely held in India. Board of Director test. Where are board meetings held? If strategic decisions are made in India, now what is the meaning of strategic decision? कि हमने रिलायंस के साथ कोलैबोरेशन करना है या नहीं करना? लेट अस से गूगल इंडिया डिसाइड्स कि हमने रिलायंस के साथ डाटा सेंटर का कोलैबोरेशन $20 बिलियन लगाने हैं या नहीं लगाने हैं. That's a strategic decision. Should we explore other possibilities also? Let's say with Vodafone, let's say with Airtel. That is a strategic decision. From where will this money be sourced? Will be an investor fund from private parties, or we go public, go IPO. if all these strategic decisions are taken in India, let us say Varsha Jain, she is the CFO of TNT Motors Mercedes. Let us say Mercedes decide that TNT Motors shall decide on our behalf all the decisions. Will Mercedes become resident in India here? ऐसे केस भी हुए हैं, right? So it is the company for whom you are taking those decisions. So if strategic decisions are taken in India, then you will apply, POM will shift to India. Senior management, where do senior executives operate from? In this Anil Ambani's cases, shell companies, this point was raised by ED and then by Supreme Court, ROC, SEBI. They could not prove that the senior executives were not operating from India. That is why they are facing huge tax liabilities. If they are based in India and make global decision, POM is in India. If Anil Ambani is proved to be a de facto chairman of those companies, let's say presume so, or any other person, then he takes decisions here, he lives in India. He cannot say मैंने email लिखा था, मैंने सुबह phone call की थी, but he lives in India. So by default rule there is a presumption, if the senior people are sitting in India taking decisions here, the POM will shift to India. Head and brain test. If Indian promoters are directly effectively control decision making, Indian promoters, let us say the company has 10 people, 7 are foreigners, non-resident Indian, not Indians, they are foreigners, foreign citizens, and 3 are Indian citizens. Most of the decisions are taken by 3. Let us say they hold 70% of the equity capital, 30% is held by 70 people. So presumption, if these fellows control from India, therefore POM will shift to India. This is a very good example. It's also it's a latest case. Even if formal meetings are abroad, if decisions are actually made in India, POM is in India. मीटिंग घूमने गए आपने सिंगापुर के किसी शिप पे किया मीटिंग किया उन्हें बोला दिल्ली में जाकर इसको फाइनल करेंगे decisions are documented in India. POM shifts here. So you can't say the head and brain was in Singapore at that time. No. Actual decisions were taken in India, therefore the POM will shift to India. Singapore incorporated company with board meetings in Mumbai. POM is in India. Board meetings are held in Mumbai. Company Singapore incorporated, a foreign company, हमारे यहाँ की company नहीं है. That is the incorporation where the country where the company is incorporated does not decide its residential status. It is the place of effective management control. If that is shifts to India, it becomes a tax resident company in India. UK company with Indian promoters making all strategic calls from Delhi, POM in India resident. So company के केस में जब भी आपको ये झगड़ा करना है, let us say you are a chartered accountant, you want to form a private limited company, the foreign client comes to you. It is your first duty to tell him कि सब income tax के implications हैं. आप बताइए आपकी कंपनी कैसे बनानी है. अब आप क्या करते हो? गूगल से मेमोरेंडम डाउनलोड किया, आपको कुछ नहीं पता उसकी मेन क्लासेस क्या है, एंसिलरी क्या है, कुछ नहीं पता आपको. पैसे दे तेरी कंपनी बन गई. You can change articles. To change memorandum is a very difficult process. बहुत बड़ी difficulty है उसमें. So ये जो आजकल की टेक्नोलॉजी जो हम यूज करते हैं, कट पेस्ट गूगल फूगल करके आप करते हो, so that is a suicide for your clients tomorrow. I know a lot of startups which have failed in India because of income tax. The huge tax liabilities have come because they were proved you are resident Indians. Right? If the rule for company is less than 50 crore, it could be a foreign company, then the theory of POM is not available. You follow the usual rule for a corporate residence status. तो ये बहुत बड़ी कंसेशन है, बहुत बड़ी कंसेशन है. टर्नओवर 50 करोड़ से नीचे होनी चाहिए. We have examples. तो अगर जिस दिन 50 करोड़ से आपके टर्नओवर बढ़ गई, you get trapped here. Right? So 50 करोड़ के बाद आपका हेड एंड ब्रेन इंडिया में था, तो आपको सारा टैक्स देना है. Anyway, Khurana Sahab, this is what exactly we are teaching them. If you know the concept, you can guide people. This is where the money is for professionals. Return बनने में पैसा वैसा नहीं है सर. वो तो चोरी जो मर्जी कर लो, रिश्वत खा लो, जो मर्जी कर लो आप, उसमें पैसे वैसे नहीं मिलते हैं आपको. पहले भी था. Let us say, what are the examples? Foreign startup or small subsidiary with turnover below 50 crore are shielded from POEM scrutiny. So shielded means it's an additional differential advantage given to these foreign companies less than 50 crore turnover. They don't need to prove where board meetings or senior management decisions occur. Only if their entire control and management is exercised from India will they be treated as residents. That is an exceptional clause. Entire control and management, tax otherwise they will remain a foreign company. Compliance notes के क्या करना है आपको? Compliance company 50 crore are spared from POM, but if they grow beyond 50 crore, POM rules kick in. And they must maintain board minutes, management records and proof of decision making location. अगर वो डॉक्यूमेंट्री आप प्रूव नहीं करते, यू वांट टैक्स बेनिफिट, ITAT will ask, सर कहाँ ये डिसीजन? So this is a document trail you have to maintain to give it to the concerned courts. And nowadays, electronic records are the best records. Most of other records can be farji because emails cannot be antedated. It's not possible. तो जो भी आपको धंधा करना है, जो ऐसी चीजें आपको करनी है, आपके ईमेल में होनी चाहिए. टिकट बुक की आपने बाहर जाने की, वहां के मिनट्स हुए, वहीं से ईमेल में आए. यहां बैठ के मैनेज करते हैं लोग, but more or less it's a documentary proof. Let us say Nepal startup. This is a recent example which I gave opinion, very, very latest. A tech startup incorporated in Nepal, turnover 30 crores. Operations, founders live in India but board meeting and strategic decisions are held in Nepal. Residential status, non-resident. So if they earn income, if they only have operations in here, unless they are to be brought in tax category, nothing. But this has no link with GST. If they are buying and selling goods and services in India, this status of their being non-resident does not get them exemption from GST law. GST law remains. A UK incorporated company, consulting firm, turnover 35 crore. Operations, all directors reside in India, decisions are made in India. It's a resident company. कंपनी कहां बनाई? यूके में. टर्नओवर 35 करोड़, पर उसके सब डायरेक्टर यहां रहते हैं. So you have a problem. Becomes a resident. So simply because ये फॉरेन कंपनी है, इसको तो टैक्स नहीं लगता भाई, नॉन रेजिडेंट है ये है वो, whatever you say. But you have to see कि where were the directors, where were the board meetings held. In India, it's resident. A Mauritius incorporated company, turnover 10 crore. Operations, board meetings in Mauritius. Indian promoters only execute operational tasks, non-resident. तो इंडिया में जो लोग हैं, प्रमोटर्स हैं, वो डिसीजन एग्जीक्यूट करते हैं यहां. So if it is not subject to tax, there is nothing. Let me complicate this example. इंडिया प्रमोटर उनको बोलते हैं भैया आप यूके जाके ये सोर्स करो कि माल कैसे कैसे बेचना है. ये प्रमोटर हमारे यूके गए, टिकट ले गए, वहां घूमे फिरे और बोला इसको मॉरिशस कंपनी को जी इतना माल इसको चाहिए भेज दो. राइट? सो इफ दिस कंपनी रिमेन नॉन रेजिडेंट, तो ग्लोबल इनकम इन इंडिया कैन नॉट बी टैक्स्ड. चैप्टर क्लोज्ड. So this is where this chain travels. What is the meaning of operational tasks? Dubai incorporated trading company, turnover 40 crore. Operations strategic decisions are made in Dubai, but Indian office execute orders, non-residents. दुबई ने बोला भैया ये माल चाइना से खरीद के फ्रांस में भेज दो, तो they're executing a decision in India. There's no income here. Buying selling is outside India, so GST से भी इससे नॉन टैक्सेबल टेरिटरी, तो जीएसटी इंप्लीकेशन में नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं है, इंडिया में कुछ हुआ ही नहीं. बट दैट डजंट मेक, बट सपोजिंग यू मेक इट रेजिडेंट, then global income is taxed. So this conceptual clarity can make this kind of a difference in your tax planning for such startups. We have done this. This is the checklist most of big law firms follow for less than 50 crores. Have board minutes, management location, decision making evidence, operational budget. You can read this. We have discussed everything. So these are 7 points we discussed for POEM for less than 50 crores. This is given in this checklist. You can read. GST implications. Even if a foreign startup is not resident in income tax, GST applies independently, because this linked with place of supply and nature of transaction. So even if this data was dealing with only exempt category of products, turnover has to be reported. Right? No income. Let us say they are dealing with only tax-free goods. Tax-free is different from exempted goods. So section 23 says you don't have to take a GST registration. But section 23 is linked with section 24. If you violate any of those 13 conditions, section 24, you are also supposed to take a number. That is, non-residential status of a foreign startup less than 50 crores for income tax purposes does not absolve them from GST liabilities. Because income tax is not dependent on GST. GST will override income tax. GST is on supply and receipt, income tax is on income. Let us say software as a source is called SaaS startup. बहुत दुनिया में अमेरिका में तो हजारों हैं. Whether Indian or foreign startup face unique GST rules because their services are digital, cross-border and subscription based. For example, SAP. Supposing it is a Swiss company, your license is coming from Switzerland. What happens? Supply software subscription to Indian clients. So where is the POS? India. Section 13, place of supply services in India. POS is India, you must register. So even if you are a foreign company, you do not have an office, the law says you are a non-resident taxpayer. Either you register or make some authorized person to pay tax. That is the law. Tax aapko dena. That is, notwithstanding you are a non-resident for income tax purposes, since you are supplying digital services to India, and Indian GST section 13, subclass 9 says that the POS is India. That is, POS decides the taxability of a transaction. That is the meaning of place of supply. Where GST tax will travel? That is in India. So therefore, if you are liable to be registered, you have to get registered. Foreign consulting firm less than 50 crore provides the advisory services to Indian companies. POS India, GST payable. Now, when we say advisory services, it could be hybrid, it could be physical. Depends. But if they are taxable and the POS is in India, the GST liability will trigger. Foreign startup exporting services to India but performed abroad. This is again a GST question, but income tax also is linked. US based startup providing remote service server hosting. आप देखते हो कि जहाजों में फ्यूल उड़ते उड़ते उसमें ट्रांसफर कर देते हैं. They are controlled through a chip computer which is linked with that aeroplane. They tell you कि इस जहाज में पेट्रोल डालना है. आजकल जो आपकी इलेक्ट्रॉनिक कारें हैं, ईवी बैटरीज है, मनोज सर, आपके लिए बड़ी अच्छी चीज है आईटेड मेंबर्स के लिए. All these chips are controlled from China. They chips can be stopped with a mobile phone. दिल्ली में ऐसे हुआ था, सारे ईवी रिक्शा बंद हो गए थे. Right? So this is what we call, if you are providing a remote server hosting, POS is US. कहां से हो रहे हैं? US से. That is why the section 13 subsection 8 amendment took place. So intermediary concept is virtually gone for these kind of services. No GST liability in India. तो इसमें आपको GST का registration नहीं कराना. That is, if you say that the services or operations which a foreign startup as a non-resident company is doing, they are not subjected to GST, then GST implications don't exist. You don't have to bother about it all. That is, you have to do nothing in India. No liabilities of any kind except some returns under FEMA to be filed, nil returns. हाँ जी, नहीं वो RCM अलग है जी, मैं तो हम तो फॉरेन कंपनी की बात कर रहे हैं ना जी. Foreign startup importing goods into India. So he's a foreign startup, head and brain, foreign country, imports hardware for Indian clients. IGST payable at customs. So remember, imported goods in GST are not valued in terms of section 15. They are valued in terms of customs, section 3, that will be section 12, section 5, subsection 3. Therefore, they have to get registered. If they don't register, they are non-resident taxpayer. Authorized person, माल मिलेगा ही नहीं वरना टैक्स देना पड़ेगा आपको. And if you are not registered, no ITC. So, if when you appreciate this interplay of income tax and GST, you find some beautiful examples. This we have done, we'll skip this. Now, how do we plan a foreign startup? आपके पास आता है, जैसे रश्मि जान का बेटा काम कर रहा है इस टॉपिक के ऊपर, उसके पास कोई आता है जी हमने फॉरेन स्टार्टअप बनाना है, क्या बोलेंगे उसको, कैसे करेंगे इस काम को? Planning a foreign startup to avoid tax in India requires careful structuring under Income Tax Act and GST law. The goal is to ensure the company treats a non-resident and doesn't have a GST liability. Key planning principles, क्या principle आपको ध्यान में रखने हैं? Incorporation abroad. पहले तो उसको बाहर कंपनी बनाओ. Nobody stops you. But you have to say which are restricted countries where you can't form the companies. पाकिस्तान में आप कंपनी नहीं बना सकते. इजराइल में भी बैन है. तो वहाँ issues हैं. So you have to see if there is a restriction of Indian government to make companies abroad, don't make companies there, because this can involve other consequences than the tax laws. Control and management abroad. Ensure board meetings stating decisions are made. That is, the memorandum of association can incorporate a clause. All board meetings will necessarily be held at that country, and all strategic decisions as follows shall be made there. Nobody can question it. आप फोन पे आप क्या बात करते हो, आपको क्या पता? There is no requirement कि आपके फोन कन्वर्सेशन को वीडियो रिकॉर्डिंग की जाए और टैक्स अथॉरिटीज को दिया जाए, ऐसा तो कोई हमारे यहाँ लॉ नहीं है. But documentation have to flow from that country. सुप्रीम को कहता है व्हाट्सएप की एविडेंस वैल्यू नहीं है आप. So avoid POM, that is keep senior management decision making and policy control outside India. Indian promoters can be directed to execute. So notwithstanding the tacit arrangement between foreign promoters and Indian promoters, foreign promoter can be told you will not take a decision till we say yes, but don't document it. Then there's a problem. And then they say the Indian promoters are also part of strategic decision making. That you have to avoid. Then you become a non-resident. Then say कि आप इंडिया में क्या करें कि ये जीएसटी वालों के आप इनके पल्ले नहीं पड़े, ना वकीलों के पास, ना सीए के पास, ना अफसरों के पास, इनका आप कैसे पीछा छूटे आपसे. That you have to only decide if you know GST, Section 9 and schedules. Use DTA jurisdictions. Choose countries with strong DTA treaty with India to minimize withholding tax on dividends, royalties and capital gains. These are the three main income for foreign startups. Investment कर दो, उनके शेयर खरीद लो, IPL rights खरीद लो, right? So they all attract these kind of taxes. If supplying goods, services in India, you require a registration as a non-resident taxable person. Concept है, section 2 में इसकी definition है, registration आपको करवाना होगा. How people do? ये startup में कैसे आप planning करते हैं? These are few steps quickly we'll go through. Let us say incorporate in Singapore, board meeting in Singapore, Indian office only executes contracts, non-resident for Indian tax. Mauritius investment company, incorporation in Mauritius, control abroad, invest in Indian startup via FDI route, non-resident. ये जो आप कितने कहते हैं ना एमडीआई हमारे इतने बिलियन आ गई, इतने बिलियन आ गई, इसका हमारी गवर्नमेंट ने कभी ये नहीं दिया कि एफडीआई कैसे आई. इंडिया कुछ मिलेगा, टैक्स मिलेगा इसमें कुछ. ये जितने म्यूचुअल फंड इन्वेस्टमेंट्स जो करते हैं, अभी एफडीआई ने इतने 1000 करोड़ लगा दिए, वो लगा दिए, कभी किसी ने व्हाइट पेपर निकाला है 1000 करोड़ किसने लगाए हैं. So all these companies are advised by the big fours कि how do you plan these investments to minimize your टैक्स लाइबिलिटीज, वो म्यूचुअल फंड में क्यों कहती है इसको आप लॉन्ग टर्म कैपिटल का 10% करो, वरना आप पैसा निकाल लेंगे? बिकॉज दैट्स दे हैव ए DTA विद अदर कंट्रीज where tax liability is reduced by DTA but not in India. So that is how this income tax planning is done by big companies. Dubai Trading Company, Dubai Incorporation, decision made in Dubai, supply goods to India. Well, फिर आपका GST में फंस गए, GST में आपको देना है. But supposing you are only exporting goods to GST, आप इंडिया में कुछ सेल में, मैंने इंडिया में रह के मैंने आपसे माल इंपोर्ट किया, यू हैव नो लाइबिलिटी. IGST तो इंपोर्टर ने पे करना है, तो आपकी क्या इसमें लाइबिलिटी? सो दिस ऑल्सो यू कैन डू प्लानिंग. सो जितनी ये इंटरमीडिएरी कंसेप्ट है इंटरनेशनल ट्रेड में, इंटरमीडिएरी कैन बी 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. सेम ट्रांजैक्शन लाइक हाई सी सेल्स कैन गो टू 10 hands. देयर इज नो इश्यू एट ऑल. बट इफ यू नो हाउ द टैक्स लाइबिलिटी विल ट्रेवल, if you can map a chart of it, tax planning is wonderful. I know Ruchi Soya Company in Chennai, I've done their cases. There was a 23, 24 high C sales of the same container of soybean oil. You get it? अभी आपने एक मध्य प्रदेश का केस सुना कल जो हुआ? अगर आप वहां एक केस था, there is a fortified rice from which ethanol is made. तो एथनॉल बन रहा है, E20 का मोदी साहब का बहुत बड़ा सपना है. किसी एथनॉल कंपनी ने उनसे 1000 टन राइस खरीद लिया एट 2100 रुपीज. अपनी किताबों में ले लिया, उसे एथनॉल बनाया, वो भी दिखा दिया, बट राइस नेवर वेंट टू देयर प्रेमिसेस. उन्होंने नरेंद्र आहूजा को भेज दिया 2800 रुपए में. ये रिपोर्टेड केस है, इन्वेस्टिगेशन इज ऑन. अब जो नरेंद्र आहूजा ने, इसका कोई लेना देना नहीं तेल से, उसने गवर्नमेंट को बोला जी मैंने ये नया राइस बनाया है, ये मेरे से ले लो. उन्होंने उसको 4000 रुपए में बेच दिया. इट केम इन इंडियन एक्सप्रेस व्हेन आई रेड, मैं दिस इज ब्यूटीफुल सर्कुलर ट्रेडिंग. इससे पढ़िए, ये तो एग्जांपल है. दिस इज हाउ दिस शेल कंपनीज आल्सो ऑपरेट. नथिंग मूव्स, but they have documentation in such a perfect way, it's very difficult for income tax people to go to that kind of investigation. इंडिया में कर सकते हो, बाहर इन्वेस्टिगेशन अगर आपको एक लेटर भी भेजनी है रेट्रोगेटरी, सालों लगते हैं एग्जीक्यूट होने में. आज तक हमारे स्विस बैंक का किसी ने बताया वहां किसका पैसा पड़ा है. 40 साल से हम झगड़ा कर रहे हैं उनके साथ. GST and non-resident income turnover overseas. Income of a non-resident company that taxed under Income Tax Act does not need to be declared in GST returns. Return में क्या देगा तो GST? Supplies of goods and services. Income is not a part of GST. But can we say income is not a part of GST? Let us say I call you a balance sheet. What is your revenue from operations? You say 500 crores. Let us say you use this phraseology, revenue from operations. I pick up your GST return 300 crores. Can't I ask what is 200 crores? Whatever, you explain. So if you are not able to explain, then this is unexplained income. GST also can draw a presumption these are sale of goods. पैसा है आपके पास, revenue है, not income, not tax. So that is why in most of the big DGST audit cases nowadays, they don't bother about your returns at all. Actually, they don't even ask, they have the figures. उनके पास अवेलेबल है. कहते हैं बैलेंस शीट लाइए. बैंक में कितना पैसा जमा किया आपने? कहते नहीं हमारा तो बैंक में हमने लोन भी लिया है, प्राइवेट लोन में हमारा इन्वेस्टमेंट्स है. कहते कोई बात नहीं, उसकी एग्जम्पशन देंगे ना आपको. जमा कितना हुआ, मंथ वाइज कितना पैसा आपने जमा किया, CA सर्टिफिकेट लाओ. नाउअडेज स्टैट्यूटरी ऑडिटर सर्टिफिकेट, नो CA सर्टिफिकेट. जिसने तुम्हारी बैलेंस शीट बनाई उसका सर्टिफिकेट लेकर आओ. वो लाता है जी 1200 करोड़. सर GST में तो 600 करोड़ है, 600 करोड़ बाकी क्या है? आप एक्सप्लेन करो, एग्जाम्पशन ले लो. नहीं है तो फिर क्या होगा? यू हैव ए प्रोविजन 64 बेस्ट जजमेंट असेसमेंट. लड़ो, आप लड़ाई करो, आगे जाके लड़ाओ. इनकम टैक्स में जो तुम्हारा है तो है, GST में भी है. सो जनरली इफ यू डू नॉट हैव दिस इनकम, देन सप्लाईज की इनकम नहीं है आपकी, तो नॉन रेजिडेंट को GST रिटर्न में नहीं दिखाना. रॉयल्टी टैक्सेबल इन इंडिया. not declared in GST returns unless the company itself supplies services in India. The case of Supreme Court of Royalty and GST is not linked with services. This was the case with taxability, which center or state has the jurisdiction to tax royalty. The royalty was not whether it's taxable in GST or not. The Supreme Court judgment was totally different on that issue. Capital gains or sale of Indian shares, income tax taxable in India, GST no. That is, once you decide that particular income is not required to be declared in GST returns, you have to make sure this is outside the scope of supply under section 7. Supply नहीं है, supply नहीं है तो tax नहीं है. Section 9 links, charging section links tax on supply via section 7 और 3 schedules. तो आपको रूल आउट करना है कि जिस बंदे ने 100 करोड़ रुपए कमाया है, इसमें जीएसटी की कोई लायबिलिटी नहीं. So if you do not know GST, you are likely to give him a wrong advice, right? Software supply of US company to Indian clients, royalty fees tax in India. Software. So royalty is linked with a particular software. It is taxable in India. तो आपको नंबर लेना होगा either in NRTP and declare supply in GST returns. So if you are planning a startup like this, you have to tell the client कि बड़ी इसमें GST की भी implications हैं, हमारी फीस GST के लिए भी होगी, सारी उम्र देनी पड़ेगी आपको, खाली one time income नहीं है. Now imagine if you know both this law, you know the interplay of GST and income tax, imagine the scope of your practice. This is another level practice, जहां आपको समझ है कि इनकम टैक्स में यहां इसको बचा सकते हैं, जीएसटी में इसको हम नहीं बचा सकते. अगर बचाना तो स्कोर पढ़ना आपको, वो कैसे बचेगा? उसके भी तरीके हैं, उसके बहुत तरीके बचने के तरीके हैं, बट यू हैव टू अप्रिशिएट हाउ डू यू डू दिस. यू कैन रीड दिस. HUF. Can anybody explain what is HUF? इसको पढ़ के भी बता दो मुझे आप. So whenever you talk of HUF, you have to know two laws, Hindu laws. It's called Mitakshara and Dayabhaga. Mitakshara law has different provisions. In Mitakshara law, a co-partner can claim partition anytime. In Dayabhaga law, partition cannot be claimed till certain events happen. Varshan, how you understand? How I'm telling you? Right? So, an HUF deals with a joint family property. And members of HUF is called co-partners. It's linked with Hindu law. If you have a right in property by birth, you are a deemed co-partner in HUF. So if HUF was formed and the property is linked to your rights, you have an independent right to claim partition in HUF mechanism. HUF, like company, it doesn't physically exist. It is controlled by a person called Karta. Normally a Karta is who has the highest stake in co-partnership property, right sir, Manu sir? Eldest. Eldest. Okay. So I stand corrected. The eldest person is generally a Karta. Karta is a distinct person. HUF is separate, Karta Parta in our GST mechanism is a distinct person. But his liability is coterminous like as a partner or a director. That is, if there are GST lapses, he can be held liable civilly and whether criminally. Let's say, what is this HUF? An HUF is a unique legal entity under Indian law consisting of lineal descendants of a common ancestor. Pardada, Dada, your dad, unke bacche, this is called lineal descendancy. ये मुस्लिम लॉ में नहीं होता. We are talking of only Hindu law. Their spouses, unmarried daughters. A daughter has a right by birth for participation in ancestral property. So if the property was divided by brothers, when a daughter was there, she can claim her share from the brothers. Supreme Court has clarified this. It arises automatically by birth into an Hindu family and is recognized as a separate taxable unit under Income Tax Act. Who are lineal descendants? Now see, once you are doing the HUF planning, if you do not know these terms, your opinion is 20%. Because you don't know what HUF is. जो क्लाइंट ने बोला आपने उसको बॉल बाल के उसका लिखा पढ़ा करके कुछ दे दिया. That is 1,000 rupees. If you know the concept, it's 50,000 rupees. That is the difference between a conceptual clarity or where you are not clear. Lineal descendants, persons who are directly descended from a common ancestor in straight line, children, grandchildren, and so on. Straight line, that is you can be linked, my great grandfather was so. राजा महाराजा की हिस्ट्री होती है ना, ये वो महाराजा ये था, उसका बेटा ये था, उसका अकबर था, बाबर था, जो भी था, that is called lineal descendancy. हाँ जी? Lineal descendancy. सवाई 15 मिनट और बस. सवाई क्या ना? तो फिर क्या यार? सवाई क्या फिर तो खत्म बस खत्म छोड़ देंगे यहाँ. 15 मिनट और. हो गया, खत्म हो गया. बाकी तो नॉर्मल है. I can leave them also. So what is the common thing? Common ancestor is the original forefather from whom the family lineage begins. This is how you form HUF. It is considered resident in India if control and management of its affairs is situated wholly or partly in India. That is, there were 10 decisions taken, 9 were taken in Singapore, 1 was taken in India, it becomes resident. Only when it is wholly outside India, we say it is non-resident. Karta role. GST, I know there are a lot of cases where Karta has been taxed. Depends on where the Karta manages affairs. Partial, even if part of the controls in India, HUF becomes resident. So wholly abroad, if all 10 decisions were taken abroad, that we can say HUF to be non-resident. So imagine आपको किसी बड़ी फैमिली की HUF प्लानिंग करनी है, and they have people who are outside India. How much tax, Indian tax you can legally plan, legally avoid? There is no evasion of tax. Provided you know what is this residential status, how do we calculate? Thank you. आपका हुक्म हो गया तो बंद करें आप. It was different?
Enjoy. Game. Thank you very much, sir. आपने मेरी बात मान ली. I invite Madam Rano Jain ji. Please come forward, please, ma'am, and sum up the session.
Thank you, Ahuja ji. Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you, DGST, for inviting me here. I guess I am not properly dressed today because I didn't know itna formal hoga. Everyone is dressed in black and white, and I am so colorful. So pardon me.
We want all women to be colorful always.
Oh, फिर ठीक है. Next time also. मैं तो सोच रही थी next time से black white पहन कर आऊँगी. पता नहीं आहूजा जी दोबारा बुलाएंगे या नहीं. It has to be seen. Thank you. First of all, I am really feeling honored to share dais with this high-powered dais, including Honorable Manoj Kumar ji and all other dignitaries on the dais, of the dais, and I'm really honored for that. Or, अरे यार, सब जज ही बैठा रखे हैं, गुड गुड। और जो वर्मा सर ने जो भी दिया अपना भाषण, मैं आई एम रियली सरप्राइज्ड। वो बोल रहे थे इनकम टैक्स मेरा सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, और ये जो रेजिडेंसी पर इन्होंने बनाया है ना प्रेजेंटेशन, कोई भी इनकम टैक्स प्रैक्टिशनर इससे अच्छा नहीं बना सकता। आहूजा मानेगा ना, तनिष्क मानेगा, सॉरी। तो वो कुछ ज़्यादा ही अच्छा था। एंड टैक्स रेजिडेंसी एज यू नो बहुत 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 इम्पॉर्टेंट होती है इनकम टैक्स एक्ट में, क्योंकि दिस इज़ काइंड ऑफ अ गेट वे टू एंटर इनटू इनकम टैक्स। जब तक आपको रेजिडेंशियल स्टेटस नहीं पता, आप बता ही नहीं सकते क्या टैक्स लगेगा क्या नहीं। एंड वन थिंग अबाउट दैट पोएम थिंग, POEM, जो सर ने इतना लाइटली समझा दी हुई बातों बातों में। आई रिमेंबर जब ये कॉन्सेप्ट आया था तो बड़े सेमिनार्स होते थे, शायद आपको याद होगा। तो मैं थोड़ा सा जूनियर थी, तो मैं जाती थी वो सेमिनार सुनने, और मुझे कुछ समझ नहीं आता था कि ये क्या बोल रहे हैं। आज तो समझ में आ गया, ये तो बहुत आसान है। सर ने बहुत ही सरलता से सारी चीज़ें समझाई हैं। एंड एक चीज़ एंड में बोलना चाहूँगी, बिकॉज टाइम थोड़ा कम है, मैं बोलती बहुत हूँ ऐसे। अब यहाँ से सिर्फ सब्जेक्ट नहीं लेके जाना है, बाकी तो बड़े लोग बैठे हैं, मैं छोटों को कहूँगी और मैं अपने आप को कहूँगी, खाली सब्जेक्ट नहीं लेकर जाना है। जो सर ने दिखाया है ना, एक एंथुजियाज्म कि हमें उसमें घुसना है, सब्जेक्ट में घुसना है, और उसमें से कुछ कुछ निकालना है अपनी प्रैक्टिस के लिए। भाई स्वार्थी तो हम सभी हैं। सर ने बीच बीच में हर बार ये बोला कि आपको प्रैक्टिस में ये करना है, प्रैक्टिस में ये करना है, तो स्वार्थी तो हम सभी हैं, होना भी चाहिए, व्हाई नॉट। तो यहाँ से एक एंथुजियाज्म लेकर जाना है कि हमने टैक्स के अंदर घुसना है, उसको अच्छे से समझना है, एक एक वर्ड पढ़ के, और उसको सब कोहेसिवली, जैसे सर ने किया ना, बोल तो रहे हैं इनकम टैक्स मेरा सब्जेक्ट नहीं है, और राइटली सो इनकम टैक्स में GST घुसा रहे हैं। तो वो एक आर्ट है जो ऐसे ही लोगों से हम सीख सकते हैं, एंड आई होप हम सीखेंगे। थैंक यू वेरी मच।
थैंक यू मैम, थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर योर काइंड वर्ड्स। एंड हम आपको हमेशा बुलाते रहेंगे, बस आप आते रहिएगा। हाँ बस now it's time to present some mementos, and I request SV sir to first present a memento to our chief guest Manoj Agarwal ji. Black one. I request all the ladies to come forward and present a memento to Madam Rano Jain ji. All the ladies please come here. वर्षा का किथे गई है? फोन करोगे? वो आ गई। अब मैडम आ जाओ। हमने पार्शियलिटी नहीं की है, दोनों को राम जी दी है। हाँ जी, नहीं भाई, नहीं नहीं, Now I request both the chief guests to present memento to our young professionals who are arguing their first cases in today's Moot Tribunal. First one, Utsav Pratik. A young chartered accountant who will argue the matter in GST Moot Tribunal. नहीं नहीं हम मैडम एक ही बार से देती हैं मोमेंटो नेक्स्ट वन इज विंकल सोनी CA विंकल सोनी विंकल जी you are not in dress you are appearing in the GST Moot Tribunal you must be in the dress when you appear in the Moot Tribunal you must be in black coat but protocol have to be maintained.
Not only protocol, it is the procedure
Advocate Vivek Goyal.
provides for that.
So we will take a short break. अब क्या है? मुझे दे रहे हो? वो रोहित का हम एक ही बार देते हैं जी सबको. अच्छा, there is a beautiful gift for advocate who just completed his LLM, advocate Tanishq Ahuja from SV sir and the whole DGST group. आइए सर प्लीज और मैडम के हाथ जी दिलवाइए. मैडम ये बहुत गिफ्ट ले गए हमारे यहाँ से. पर ये गिफ्ट हमसे बहुत लेता है. So we will take short break and then we will start our GST Moot Tribunal. You have 10 minutes, so we will meet after 10 minutes. Thank you very much.
1:30 बज रहा है, पूरा कंप्लीट कर दो। चाहे
हाँ हाँ हाँ, 1 घंटे में कंप्लीट कर दूंगा, चिंता ना करो।
2:30 बजे या 3 बजे?
2:45 कर देंगे
हाँ,
लंच।
लंच के बाद में करेंगे।
I request everyone to please be settled. I request everyone to settle down. अरे मैम आप पीजिए, मैं बाहर वालों को बुला रहा हूँ। मैं बाहर वालों को। Everyone is requested to please take each seat. प्लीज विकास जी बैठ जाइए। रश्मि जी की चाय को अभी नहीं खत्म होती है। देखो
अगर आपने किसी काम को डिले करना हो, रश्मि को खाना दिखा।
हाँ, अब आप
बात है, रश्मि खाना देख के रुकेंगे नहीं, आपको काम रुकना।
अकेले अकेले चाय पियेंगे तो मैं तो बोलूंगा।
आप तो उसके ड्राइवर हो, ड्राइवर के
कॉज लिस्ट अल्फाबेटिकल शुरू कर देते हैं। हाँ, आई रिक्वेस्ट मनोज जी प्लीज प्रेजेंट ए मोमेंटो टू सीए मानसी जैन जी। मैम मानसी जैन जी के ब्याह पे आप ले लीजिएगा। उन्होंने आना था तो वो कहाँ है? आप जा रहे हैं? आप रुकिए ना सर, आप रुकिए, रुकिए ना सर, 1 घंटे में खत्म कर देंगे। So I request all the 3 judges to please come on the dais. आइए मैम। Keep sir.
हमने तो सोचा शॉल रख लें।
अरे ऐसा मत करो भाई।
उन्होंने मांगी।
उनकी भी तो थी शॉल। मैम की शॉल।
नहीं
नहीं उनको भी शॉल भिजवा दो।
वो चली गई ना।
नहीं नीचे ही है अभी।
कहाँ?
युगल ले लो नीचे, मैडम की शॉल भिजवा दो फटाफट, नीचे ही है। मैं फोन कर देता हूँ ना। वो तो कोई नहीं, तनिष्क ले जाएगा।
हाँ, नीचे गए।
I request everyone to please come forward. There are a lot of seats. एक minute. I request everyone to please come forward.
ऐसे ही है ना? चलो ना आ गया मेरे को। ये फाइल उठाएगा? यार रख दो इसको। पहला कौन सा कर रहे हैं आप?
रोहित शर्मा। हाँ वही may we proceed, ma'am? So first case we are अरे उदय जी इसको करना यार। इधर माइक दे दो। वो मैं कर लूँगा। लूज हो गया ना। यही खराब हो रहा है। एक रैंड
So friends, let's give a standing ovation to our lady chairman, Ms. Rajmani Jindal today, along with the other two judges who are regular. This is first time in DGST group, we have a lady active chairman to be chairman of the Moot Tribunal. Thank you, ma'am.
So first case that we are going to take up is related to cancellation of RC, which will be argued by Advocate Rohit Kumar Sharma. It was an adjourned case from the last GST Moot Tribunal. Mr. Rohit Kumar Sharma, please come.
Good afternoon all. Good afternoon, my lord. May I start? सर मेरे केस में ये जो मेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन है रजिस्ट्रेशन डेट से कैंसिल हो गया है और कैंसिलेशन का रीज़न है कि उसमें जो पहले मेरे पास जो मेरा रजिस्ट्रेशन है May I start, ma'am?
Please, go ahead.
Thank you, sir. The appeal under section 112 of the DGST Act, read the rule 110 and 111 of the Delhi GST rules 2017 against the impugned order of First Appellate Authority Zone 5 dated 13 March 2026, retrospectively cancelling the registration certificate of the appellant without following the due process of law. Dispute demand nil as only cancellation of registration involved. Hence, no pre-deposit is required in terms of section 107 of the DGST Act. Honorable President of the Tribunal and his component members, Most respectfully sought that the appellant agreed with the order of first appellate authority dated.
Rohit, you have to go to the grounds. Because when you read this appeal, you have to keep the, not this tribunal, any tribunal in mind. They know the case. You have to hit the grounds. Your RC was cantor retrospective on what grounds and what is your objection to it. Because if you start reading the appeal, it will take hours. No tribunal will be so much tolerant to go through this appeal.
Sir, मैं
Hit the grounds. कि जो आपके मेन ग्राउंड है कि किस ग्राउंड पे आपको रिलीफ मिलना चाहिए. पहले स्टेट ऑल द फैक्ट्स कि जो भी आपके खिलाफ है हक में, क्विकली स्पीक फैक्ट्स. या कैरी ऑन.
So I may start from a statement of facts.
Yes.
May I start? The statement of facts are: the appellant is the sole proprietor of a firm RK Enterprises, again engaged in the providing subcontractor contractual services relating to installation of firefighting system in the firefighting systems. The appellant installed the firefighting systems at various sites, including commercial buildings, metro station, malls, hospital, etc. The all sites situated in Delhi state. The appellant received subcontract work with the material from big contractors. The appellant was granted GST registration certificate with effect from 1st February 2024. The registration address is Karol Bagh, New Delhi. The appellant got work orders for installing firefighting system in the month of March 24. The appellant executed and commenced the work from April 24 onwards. The business activities of the appellant were genuine and were carried out from the registered place of business. The appellant regularly filed GST returns and discharged applicable tax liabilities. No proceeding relating to non-filing of returns were pending against the appellant at the time of issuance of show cause notice. My lord, the proper officer issued the show cause notice dated 10th October 2025, whereby the registration of the petitioner was proposed to be cancelled. The allegation mentioned in the show cause notice were no communication were responded by the appellant that were sent by the department on 5th June 2024, 9th September 2024, 3rd October 2024, and suddenly business activities picked up and started showing huge turnover, and all such supplies from whom shown purchases are found to be non-existent and all facing cancellation proceeding and criminal proceedings. Copies of the show cause notice is annexed as Annexure A. The said show cause notice required the appellant to show cause within the 15 days as to why GST registration should not be cancelled retrospectively with effect from 1st February 2024, and by prosecution proceedings should not be initiated or allegedly obtaining registration on the basis of forged or fake documents. Thereafter, the proper officer passed education order on 10th October 2025 under section 29(2)(c) of the DGST Act, with Rule 21 of the DGST rules, cancelling the registration of the appellant retrospectively from 1st February 2024. The allegation in the order mentioned that since there is nothing in rebuttal from the taxpayer, and the factual matrix clearly points out to fraudulent and suppression on facts, I have no choice but to cancel the certificate of registration of the above GST number with effect from 1st February 2024. The taxpayer is directed to surrender the original certificate and fine up to date returns. Action under section 74A of the CGST Act is being separately initiated, including penalties under section 122 of the CGST Act. Copy of education order is annexed as Annexure B. My lord, the appellant file an appeal before the Joint Commissioner after passed education order. The appellate order passed on 13 March 2026.
See, Rohit, you can't read the entire appeal. Pick up the points.
Sir, after
No
that,
court will tolerate it.
after
What is your
that-
grievance? You can't read this, no?
नहीं,
तो
after
घंटे
that-
लग जाएंगे.
That is last point. After that, my submission.
हाँ, but you say कि आपका किस ग्राउंड पे आपको रिलीफ मिलना चाहिए. टाइम की प्रॉब्लम नहीं है, but you have to learn how to argue.
तो फर्स्ट में नेक्स्ट जो फैक्ट है मेरा,
करेंगे.
The appellant submits that the letter sent by the department dated 5th June 2024, 9th September 2024 and 3rd October 2024 were never received by him and not aware about the date letters. The appellant became about the proceeding only upon receipt of GST registration cancellation order. The appellant is a subcontractor executing service pro contracts along with the supply of material. supply of metal, the appellant receive metal at project site, not have any own go down and warehouse. Since the registration was obtained in February 2024 and business operation commenced in April 2024, substantial purchase of material were required for execution of contracts and corresponding input tax credit was duly availed. The first major contract was completed in the month of October 2024 and final invoice was raised in the month of November 24. Thereafter, appellant received and completed many contracts.
Wait, please. Have you enclosed invoices?
Not, sir.
But let him complete the, his, let us have him brief him, because going on reading it is hard.
Sir. The first major contract was complete in the month of October 2024 and final invoice was raised in the month of November 2024. Thereafter, appellant received and completed many contracts, resulting in a significant increase in turnover. By that time, the input tax credit accumulated in the electronic credit ledger had substantially been utilized against the output tax liability. My lord, the appellant submit that the appellant are not aware about the suppliers. At the time of purchase, the supplier was active and the complied all compliances. The supplier not have any warehouse or go down because they directly dispatched the goods from the distributors. They only collect the orders and dispatch the goods and project site address. My lord, the appellant further submit that he was not aware any enforcement visit that was conducted on 6th October 2025 at his registered place of business. Due to the nature of his work, the appellant generally remains present at project sites for supervision and execution of installation of activities. The appellant had engaged an employee at a registered place of business for maintenance of books of accounts and administrative work. Coincidentally, the said employee was leave on that day of the enforcement visit, which may have resulted in the premises being found closed. The statement collected from neighbors and landlord are denied as incorrect. The landlord has denied having made any such statement and not produced any documents for rent in the name of Aruna Kumari, the appellant's wife. At the time of obtaining registration, the appellant had furnished all requisite documents, including rent receipt documents, ownership documents of the landlord, and geotag photograph of the premises. After verification of the said documents, the registration was granted by the department. Accordingly, the appellant disputed and denies the allegations.
First of all, sir, Mr. Counsel, the SCN is issued on 10/10. Then again on 10/10, the adjudication order is made on the same date.
My lord, I agree the case can be remanded. It will be very adjudicated on the same facts. We have no problem. We have no problem.
Okay. Now this is the order I have prepared.
No, but that's okay, sir. We are willing to remand. That's okay.
Pronouncing, please.
Okay, no issues. So many in writing.
One thing for you, because the controversies which were raised in your SCN, you have not placed anything on record in support of your claim. Right? Because your registration was alleged to have been taken on fake grounds. So you have to file all documents which you have filed at the time of obtaining the registration. That should form part of your paper, you know. Secondly, no purchase, no sale, which witness that this is bill to, ship to. So there is no evidence at all. At least you have to procure and furnish all these documents to support your claim. I mean,
okay. My lord, my only concession is only on this issue willing for a remand, otherwise we will argue. We will not allow him to produce anything now.
Okay.
The order, remand order, we request the court for a conditional order, since it was passed on 10th October, 10th October, whatever, though there is no ground in the taken by him before appellate authority, and he has not written in the ground of appeal what harm has it caused to him.
Yes.
The whole foundation is fakeism. But on technical legal interpretation, yes, we are willing for a remand and ask him to appear within a week before the proper officer.
Because
No other opportunity to be given, only on this ground.
give all the documentary evidences, whatever you
Good,
have,
no?
and all the tax invoices, EV bill, whatever record you have,
Okay.
before the jurisdictional officer, all the documents, and he will give the proper opportunity to hear you, and he will pose the appropriate. We are remanding this case.
Okay, thank you.
Now friends, what happened in this case? This technical issue was raised by us to ensure that people read. This is a case of cancellation of RC retrospectively under section 29(2) subclause E. It was intentionally written subclause C. That makes no difference at all if factual matrix is clear to the taxpayer. He raises a question of jurisdiction. He has participated before the proper officer, before the appellate authority. No such issue was ever raised. And this is not a question of legal jurisdiction. It is an assumption of irregular jurisdiction. So the case was never a without jurisdiction matter. Now all his facts were totally against him. His wife was given a tenancy by the landlord in Aruna Kumari. She recorded a statement. Her statement recorded by the enforcement team. And now there is no affidavit from her that I did not give this statement. Because if she did not give a statement, she can be held in perjury. We can arrest her. Okay, why did you give a wrong statement? Okay. Number two, there is no information available who was the contractor for whom he was a subcontractor. He was working in hospital, what? Absolutely, like the honorable member said, within MICs. There is no information at all. And all facts were suppressed. There were 3 notices served. This is recording by finding a certain body. You have not questioned, it was not served. You say you did not receive it. It's not our problem. Now he comes out with a cook and bull story कि हमारा employee था वो उस दिन नहीं था, 3 दिन नहीं था वो. To take a statement, I don't know supplier, this is absolutely illegal. You are supposed to keep records for 7 years. And Supreme Court says you have to know your suppliers. You cannot deal with a man of straw. You don't know who these fellows were. So the only jurisdictional question was, you had 2 issues here. One was the adjudication order travelled beyond a show cause notice. This point it did not take. So under section 75(7), this order has to be quashed. No, that he has said. But there was some issue which they were travelled beyond show cause notice. Number 2, he says that the order was passed same day. But this objection should be taken immediately. You can't, you can't take an afterthought and come to tribunal. It's a question of law. But if I have to argue on this ground, he cannot win this case. I have Supreme Court with me. If it has not caused him any prejudice, it is not very fatal to exercise of jurisdiction. Because he participated, he gave all documents. Now he says, I don't know who this person was. He is denying service on his wife. He has not written anything against Aruna Kumari, that's his wife. वो कहती है जी मैंने किराएदारी लैंड कहता है किराएदारी मैंने इसकी वाइफ को दी है वो रसीद वहां रजिस्ट्रेशन में फाइल की गई. So when you handle these cases, other than if you find this jurisdictional issue, be prepared on facts. But now when he goes back, he may feel happy case is remanded, but he's in some serious trouble now. Because he may even be prosecuted for filing false documents. It's not 5 crore plus. There can be other laws where he can be held liable for under BNSS. He can be held for filing false documents. So when you seek a remand, be careful. What are the consequences? Yes. No way this RC will ever be restored. I can guarantee you. Because there's nothing in your favor here. So you have to take a call. It's better to withdraw the appeal and tell your client there's no other alternative. That's a better litigation strategy. Rather than getting a remand, which is simple remand. Well, you can prove document, what document? You have no documents. Basically, you are saying that your RC has been cancelled based on false documents. So you were to restrict with 29E. Saying the tribunal, though it's written 29C, but I am aware of the facts. This helps you, helps the court to appreciate that you are not raising this hyper-technical issue. Then you say कि how your documents were not forged. Employee का नाम नहीं लिखा आपने. कौन employee था? भगवान. वो कौन सी डेट को वहां नहीं था, उसका एफिडेविट नहीं है, कोई लैंडलॉर्ड ने नहीं बोला, उसका एफिडेविट नहीं है. तो here also you are suppressing all the facts, right? So when you prepare this appeals, you have to see what is the consequences of a rejection, of a remand or withdrawal. So do the SWOT analysis where your client gains maximum. Now when the case is remanded, this honorable member has passed the order to us, we accept it. But do you think your officer will leave you? Right? Any case, you have drafted a good appeal, well done.
Thank you, sir.
लेकिन झूठ लिखने की आर्ट होनी चाहिए, उसकी सपोर्टिंग एविडेंस होनी चाहिए. थैंक यू, वेल डन.
पिछली प्रेजेंटेशन में और अब की प्रेजेंटेशन में देयर इज स्काई लाइक.
हाँ तो बार इतनी गालियां पढ़ने के बाद तो बड़े बड़े सीख जाते हैं.
yes. थोड़ा सा रिसर्च अपने केस पे थोड़ा सा रिसर्च किया करें.
Next case will be argued by CA Winkle Soni. Winkle Soni has to catch a train, so we are taking his case first. There are two issues in his case. He is representing Mr. Rakesh Soni, the Jalandhar Enterprises, proprietor of Jalandhar Enterprises. There are two issues. His client has purchased some goods and exported, but the payment of the export has not been received till date, and there was some dispute with his buyer. And second issue, there was some stock lying in his balance sheet, yes, and he has claimed the refund on the total export of goods. So let's hear CA Winkle Soni.
So understand his case. His case is export of goods. Export word is defined in CGST mechanism, and a fund is given under 54 when read with Rule 89(4). By default, these are the two provisions. His case is he had 100 units. He has exported 70 units, 30 units he has still not exported. There is no documentary evidence on record. But he wants refund claim on all 100 without exporting 30. Number one. Number two, exports payment have not come under 16(3) proviso, IGST, right? So that's a very, very good question he has raised. Okay, this amendment came in a certain date. So we have to see whether this amendment was substantive or procedural. If it is held to be substantive by the court, then for exports made earlier, that amendment is irrelevant. Payment was not required. But your problem is you have annexed nothing. This appeal cannot be heard by the tribunal. At least I cannot hear this appeal because you have no evidence given. आपने लिखा है, but कोई evidence तो है ही नहीं, कुछ भी नहीं है. आपने कहाँ एक्सपोर्ट किया, क्या इनवाइस है आपके, पेमेंट क्यों नहीं आई आपकी, वो आपने लिखा टेक्निकल डिस्प्यूट. आपने बैंक को चिट्ठी लिखी, हाँ आपने बैंक को चिट्ठी लिखी कि हम मेरे को एक्सटेंशन दे दो फैमा में.
Specified the period on that letter.
I appreciate कि उसमें वो लेटर इज इनकम्प्लीट. कोई शिपिंग बिल नहीं है, कोई शिपिंग इनवाइसेस नहीं है, किस चीज के एक्सटेंशन मांग रहे हो, कौन सी बिल का एक्सटेंशन मांग रहे हो. No, basically we're talking of document. No, basically no.
Yes, that is not next.
Right? So that is not there. For tribunal to appreciate of your claim of 10,50,000 stock you are holding, there is no factual matrix. What is this 10,50,000? Did you raise a bill for the full including 10,50,000? Or did you raise a part bill excluding 10,50,000? You cannot raise a full bill of including 10, it's not possible in exports laws.
Quantity wise you have to reconcile.
That is what you have done. What you have done, you purchased goods worth 100 crores. You did not export 20 crores, they're lying in your stock.
Yes.
You could export only 80 crores.
Yes.
So those 80 crores were exported by you.
Yes.
You cannot claim on 100 crores. That formula applies goods exported. That means goods were supplied by way of.
But that otherwise applies to net ITC for that relevant period, sir.
No.
ITC
You are applying that formula.
That is eligible, but you cannot claim refund until and unless you make a zero rating supply.
Now you go through rule 96B, which you have not gone through.
I have compiled it in the.
Rule 96B says that you can claim proportionate ICC for the goods exported.
Let him argue what he wants
Right?
to say.
Now what I am saying is that this appeal is very premature for hearing. What will court tribunal hear? There is no documents.
No document.
Your case is purely based on documents. Right? The only big question is, supposing you say the amendment was, I am arguing on your behalf. Amendment 23 in 16.3 proviso.
Perspective.
Your transaction you claim are before 23. Where have you annexed documents? What will they hear? They are not here to hear our lectures. They have to pass orders. कोई documentary evidence तो बेटा इसमें है ही नहीं.
So we should have an next that invoices for.
So seek an adjournment. Come prepared next time. It's a good, very good drafted appeal, but
Very good.
it's only 30%.
Documentary evidence missing है, otherwise very good drafted appeal.
कुछ मतलब आपने ध्यान से पढ़ा नहीं. When you seek extension under FEMA, there is a prescribed performa. आपको सारा शिपिंग बिल देना होता है, सारा शेड्यूल देना होता है, क्या क्या आपने किया. फिर जो टेक्निकल डिस्प्यूट है उसकी डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस डाटा का किस पे आपके कहने से एक्सटेंशन दे देंगे. फिर आपकी पेमेंट टाइम पे है. 9 महीने में पेमेंट आनी थी, 30 अगस्त और 15 सितंबर, तो आपकी पेमेंट तो वैसे भी टाइम पर है.
वैसे भी टाइम पे है.
आपकी पेमेंट तो आ चुकी है. अगर आपने लिखा उसकी कोई डिटेल नहीं लगाई आपने. So what have you done? You have annexed those 3 basic showcase वगैरह वगैरह वगैरह, right? You have framed good questions of law, but ground में आप कहीं consistency नहीं.
Documentary evidence.
नहीं, ground में भी this lacks consistency. कहता है सुन लो, आप नहीं, we can speak. I have no issues.
If you want to say something, say please continue.
Go ahead.
Your Lordship, please shall I start the facts for the case? I am representing, my Lordship, I am representing my client Jalandhar Enterprises based in Delhi, and they are basically a 100% export unit acquiring goods from an Agra-based reputed company in relation to auto part products, and they are being exported to UAE. So
once again, sorry. Once you claim 100% you get a certificate for it.
You have not placed that certificate.
but that is provided in the.
That doesn't matter. Forget the lower orders. Tribunal is the final fact-finding authority. See, if tribunal has no evidence, how will they respond?
Certificate will have.
नीचे तो आपने उससे मिलके कुछ भी लिखवा लिया, पैसे देकर लिखवा लिया, मैं बोलता हूँ. तो will tribunal, is tribunal bound by it?
No.
Am I bound by what you've done below?
No.
That is why the evidence has to be annexed when you find come tribunal, because 100% EO जो आपके लिखने से नहीं बनता. उसकी बहुत सारी, if I come online, you will not be even satisfied one requirement of 100% EO.
GST certification is required and all.
बहुत बड़ा certification मिलता है. इतना, you are not a star export house.
Yes.
100% you only for star export houses.
Correct, sir. So, the basic 2 issues involved in the case is the refund for financial year 23-24 was applied by my client, which has been rejected by the adjudicating authority, and the order was upheld by the Honorable Appellate Authority, First Appellate Authority also. And the basic facts involved, there are 2 facts involved.
Mike, take.
2 facts are involved in this. First, that my client has not realized export proceeds for the goods so exported to the UAE vendor. Second fact involved in the case is that in the case of my client, at the end of the financial year 23-24, my client is having closing stock in balance sheet amounting to 10,50,000 odd amount, and that has been provided by the adjudicating and the appellate authority that has not been exported to UAE, and thereby the refund is not eligible. So, in regards to these 2 issues, my grounds to appeal, in paper book page 19 it starts.
Yes. Grounds.
So, grounds to appeal, the first ground to appeal is that the Honorable Appellate Authority has upheld the adjudicating order for the application of proviso to section 16(3), which actually applies after the refund has been given to the applicant of the refund. So, if that in the page 21, the proviso is very well provided that registered person making zero-rated supplies in case of non-realization of export proceed be liable to deposit the refund so received. So, for application of 16.3, at least the refund should be sanctioned.
True.
Second ground, my lordship, page number 23 of paper book. The adjudicating order and even the appellate order is upholding one thing, that the export documents were found in order. Once the export documents are found in order, levying tax on anything on my export done would be real hardship on the assessee, and even the intent of the law so drafted for the zero rated supply that would tantamount to transmitting of tax to the foreign country, which is not basically the intent of the law. My third ground, lordship, 24 number page, it basically relates to 16.3, and 16.3 is further governed by the FEMA regulations in this regards. FEMA regulations to have a extension period which I can apply to my recognized AD bank through which the export payments were to be realized. So for that, the relevant letter so given to the AD bank is attached, but my lordship shall excuse that I have not been able to attach the relevant export invoices for that and the shipping bills. If lordship will require, I'll surely produce this on the next day.
And whether they have considered it or not?
It is still in process, sir. That we have, means the expiry period has not expired under the FEMA.
Whenever you draft a document for tribunal, go through 10 times. This letter is undated. You know how serious is this?
Yes, that could.
This means you are trying to misguide the court. If I am the revenue counsel in your real case, I will rip you apart on this issue. Undated documents, that means they are afterthoughts.
Yes.
Okay?
Ground number 4, page 26, my lordship. Ground number 4 basically relates to this 16.3 proviso, which has been mainly applied to my client's case, is a amendment which was done on 1st of October 2023 by notification 27 by 2023 dated 31st of July. So my lordship shall consider that the period involved in my case is 23-24. So this post-dated amendment, which is applicable from 1st of October, cannot apply to my entire period of 23-24 and shall be considered for my case.
Mr. Counsel.
Once again, there is no documentary evidence. What will tribunal hear? When were your exports made? We don't know. 23-24?
Yes.
So this amendment is applicable for 6 months of 23-24? 10 months?
From 1st of October, yes.
Right? So how do we decide this? And
My lordship,
and tell me, where have you challenged the refund in the grounds? Have you challenged the by refund was not given to you? Is there any ground taken?
Yes.
Where?
I have processed my grounds and then.
No, it's okay. Don't get
hassled.
hassled.
No,
we are all learning here.
Given prayer for my.
See, once again, once you draft an appeal,
yes,
you have to pick up a paper, write key issues in which you want to file appeal, where you think you have a winnable matter. बाकी routine लिखो. अब winnable में आपको क्या लिखना था? कि can my refund be rejected? You have framed a question of law, but not collaborated with the ground of appeal. Question of law आपने बनाया उसका. ठीक है? आप कहते हैं जी मैंने 10,50,000 का स्टॉक नहीं किया.
So that adds to my next ground for.
नहीं वो ठीक है.
Ground number 5 years.
आज यहाँ आपका ground आपका ये होना चाहिए था कि it is not a part of my export invoice. What's the problem if I have a stock? I'm a 100% EU. It doesn't mean I cannot hold stocks. ये कहाँ लिखा है? वो आपने उसको सोचा नहीं.
Even the formula doesn't justify. Then I never get the
No,
refund for that.
Mr. Counsel, this is not the question he is asking.
Yes.
He's asking, you have nowhere you have justified this point. You have said about the formula, but you have not clarified that point. Which
So you mean to say that you buy 100 crore goods, you export 50 crores, the formula allows you to claim ITs on 100 crores. You want to say that formula? No, that's not the formula. It's subject to Rule 96B.
Section 16(3) of IGST is crystal clear about it.
Anyway, continue. We will discuss this case. It's good for people also.
Yes. Ground number 5, my lordship.
You are taking regarding stock.
Yes, that is basically related
Page
to
number?
stock. 30 of paperwork, ma'am.
Okay.
And ground number 6 already have
Yes,
been
we have
discussed by the
discussed.
Revenue
Formula.
Counsel, sir. And
ये क्या आपका व्हाट इज द ग्राउंड नंबर 5? जस्ट रीड क्या मतलब है इसका?
Under 54(3) of...
No, at ground number 5 on page 17.
That the learned appellate authority add in further rejecting the refund simply because the goods amounting to 10,50,500 were lying in stock at the end of the year. Under section 54(3) CGST Act, a taxpayer is fully entitled to claim refund of unutilized ITC at the end of any tax period of zero-rated exports. The law does not mandate physical matching of one-to-one correlation with date of purchasing inputs and exact date of exporting them within the same financial year.
Now you go on page 17.
Page
17 of your appeal, go there. What have you written? मिला? वो भी point 5 ही है.
The adjudicating authority, without giving reasonable time, passed the order on 25/5, rejected the refund on ground non-registration of export from abroad, and account of closing stock be present at the end of the year amounting
क्या
to
मतलब है इसका?
Sir, these are basically facts on that ground on which...
अब ये facts और आपका ground तो match नहीं करता?
नहीं, this is my 6th ground, sir, in the appeal.
Okay.
Next ground.
Okay.
Next ground is related to that. Shall I go in the chronological order, sir? 7th ground is basically related to the demand imposed on me. That is my lordship, is not justified in the case of exports are accepted.
No, you are just now telling, you are explaining ground number 6.
Ground number 6 has been discussed by Revenue Council, that wherein I have restricted myself to the formula of the export refund being calculated. Ground number 7, my lordship, is related to where the exports has been accepted by the adjudicating authority and also by the first appellate authority. They are saying in their order that all the documents are for export documents are in proper order. So I request the honorable tribunal.
They have accepted exports on the facts you disclose there.
Yes.
You have changed the facts here. Your payments have not come.
Yes. That is an admitted fact there also.
Wait. All these judges are assisted by the lawyers.
This is a special, at least these are the fundamental things which I think, that is why I put a question to you.
I fully endorse your view, but that is not the law where they are supposed to know. There are more than 1,000 notifications issued by GST authorities. Do you think a GST should know all the 1,000 notifications?
Mostly the person who is dealing
no,
with
sir, no, they cannot know.
Who is dealing with
even the GST council if issued, even they won't know. You have to bring a notification record. I have got a relief. You want a relief? Prepare your case. There is no assumption that the officer is supposed to know. He is supposed to know so many other things also in this case, which he has not done.
Yes.
You seek a date, make a prayer.
May your lordship grant me a further date to produce the additional evidences, additional documents that are required by the honorable tribunal to decide the matter in the favor of my SSA.
Okay then.
And also file the revised appeal.
Yes.
When you seek a prayer, seek in one prayer everything.
Okay.
Otherwise, I'll take objection. You did not seek this prayer to file the revised appeal.
Redraft the appeal.
Huh?
Redraft the appeal.
The bench allowed for adjournment. Give all the redraft your appeal and then.
Thank you, my lord.
Well done, but very beautifully drafted appeal.
Very good drafted.
So you score 6 out of 10. You get first division.
सबसे अच्छी
Work little more hard.
सबसे अच्छी अपील इसी की लगी विंकल की.
अभी कौन है जी?
So next, CA Winkle Soni ji, you are wearing a band. You are CA. You cannot wear the band.
Only advocates.
Only advocates can wear the band.
It's a privilege to advocates. First become advocate.
In the
चलो कोई बात नहीं.
नहीं आपको
नहीं आपके दोस्त रहना हो जाए ना YouTube देख के लिए वकील बन गया तो ये नहीं है
आपको फ्यूचर
you will lose all the clients.
फ्यूचर के लिए बता रहे हैं अभी पीछे हाई कोर्ट ने भी यही किया.
Next time in the proper address, otherwise I won't allow.
The next case will be argued by CA Utsav Pratik in the case of Ahuja export. There are two major issues. In one of the issue, he could not prove the purchase is beyond doubt. He has received the goods or not. In the second issue, he has not made the payment of his purchases within the period of 180 days and still claims the input tax credit. Let's hear CA Usoparthi.
My lord. In the appeal, a respondent is only commissioner, not assistant commissioner.
Yes, sir.
You have to read procedure rule 33.
Rule 33 of the GST Procedure Rules 2025. Proceed.
My lord, the appellant is a proprietorship concern with under the trade name Ahuja Exports. In the present appeal, there are two issues which were raised in order in original and upheld in the order in appeal. First, denial of input tax credit due to retrospective cancellation of supplier's registration. And second, alleged non-reversal of input tax credit on account of non-payment to supplier within 180 days. The appellant challenges both these issues on various grounds of appeal. Your Honor, I would request you to please come to show cause notice at page 39 of paperwork.
Proceed.
Proceed.
Your Honor, in the show cause notice, input tax credit is denied to the appellant on the grounds of cancellation of registration of 3 suppliers, namely ABC, XYZ and BDY. Your Honor, you can see that no other issue is raised in the show cause notice. Now I would like you to come to the order in adjudicating order on page 35.
Proceed.
Your Honor, you can see at para 4, one more issue was found. The adjudicating authority starts with one more issue was found. Thus, the first ground of appeal is that the adjudicating order travels beyond the scope of show cause notice.
How? How does it travel beyond show cause notice?
Because
on this ground only?
At least on this ground.
Only on this ground you want to say?
Yes.
So if
no,
I'm
not only on this ground, at least on this
no,
ground.
What I'm saying is you say this 180 days issue has traveled beyond a show cause notice.
No, the adjudicating order travels.
Adjudication order has
Yes.
traveled beyond the show cause notice.
Yes, yes.
It cannot. I appreciate it.
Yes.
But do you think it is a new ground? They are doubting your purchases. So once they doubt your purchases, all issues collateral to purchase transaction can be raised. It's not a new issue. How is this a new issue? वो कह रहे हैं आपके सारे सप्लायर चोर हैं, उनका आरसी कैंसिल हो गया, ठीक है? अब I have a right to examine the records at the stage of adjudication. If this 180 days issue was not linked with those three suppliers, perhaps you were absolutely right. But a revenue can make out a case and say, this is not a new ground. Once I doubt transaction of Sushil Verma, I doubt the entire transaction done by you to me. Right? So this interlinkage you have to dissect. Make out it's a new ground.
Yes, I can answer that.
नहीं अभी तो मैं मैंने आपका पढ़ा है.
Yes, yes.
उसमें वो नया बनता नहीं है.
Okay.
Right? So you have to clearly come out, because on this ground the case can go. I will concede. The adjudication order cannot travel beyond show cause notice.
Yes.
But has it traveled? Travel होता है, 3 पार्टी बोलता है ये एक XY LMN कंपनी थी, उसका 100 दिन पेमेंट नहीं किया, वो न्यू ग्राउंड था. आर्मर सिक्योरिटी में सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने यही बोला था. The parallel proceedings can carry on unless you say that both were on same ground. Let us say the 6-2B notice was that 3 parties were bogus parties. ठीक है? अब वो दूसरी पार्टी कहता है कि 3 पार्टी की मैंने पेमेंट वेरीफाई की है, 110 दिन पेमेंट नहीं की. Can we say these have become different proceedings? That's a question you have to answer. I mean, I have to answer. Right? In my view, this is not very fatal. It doesn't mean it has raised a new ground in show cause notice.
Sir, can I answer
yeah,
that?
carry on. Now you
the
carry
show
on.
cause notice that the learned counsel has raised that is not a new ground. But in the show cause notice, the authority has raised the ground of cancellation of registration. But this ground, which is 180 days, is not related to cancellation.
That's what I'm saying. It is related to those parties only, no?
Yes, parties, but the ground is, but question of law is different, na?
No, it's not a question of law different. How?
Because
I'm saying उनका retrospective cancellation हो गया.
Yes.
Now when I'm going through the record, I say आपने उनकी payment भी नहीं की है.
Yes.
So this reinforces my belief that their RC was correctly cancelled. Therefore, input tax credit should be denied to you. This will be my contention. You have to rebut this contention. Theory of integration. When you examine a transaction, you don't see only RC. So can we say that armor security will treat this as a different issue? It's a big question. I can argue for 3 hours. Whether this 180 days issue is so simple that on this the demand can go and the case can be remanded. Good point. Very good point. लेकिन उसको ध्यान रखना है कि ये किसी और पार्टी का नहीं था. किसी और पार्टी का होता तो आपकी बात बिल्कुल सही थी. बट अगर मैं उन्हीं पार्टी को एग्जामिन कर रहा हूं, उसी में से क्वेश्चन फ्लो कर रहा है जो आपको पता है, I could have ratified my show cause notice. I have a right to rectify my show cause notice. I can say, ठीक है, remand will rectify and then call you. But what will you gain out of it? I can tell the Honorable Tribunal, you remand the matter, we will give him a proper show cause notice. Under section 165, I can rectify a show cause notice. I can give you additional show cause notice on the same ground. So this ground flows from of your dealing with those parties only.
Yes, yes, yes.
So that's a question we have to keep in mind. Please carry on.
Yes.
ये नरेंद्र तभी जो खड़ा होता है तभी जो चाचा करता है. Yeah, sir,
Your Honor, I would request you to come to show cause notice again at page 39.
Okay.
In the show cause notice, the learned Assistant Commissioner has invoked section 74.
Yes.
That section 74 of CGST Act can be invoked only where the tax has not been paid, short paid, or ITC wrongly availed, input tax credit wrongly availed, by reason of fraud or any willful misstatement or suppression of fact to evade tax. These are the jurisdictional preconditions to invoke section 74. Your Honor, in the show cause notice, no fraud or willful misstatement or suppression of fact has been put before the appellant. No substantial evidence regarding this has also not been put. Rather, in the show cause notice, you can read that the adjudicating authority is using the word suspicious. It means that they have raised section 74 on mere suspicion. And secondly, they are also using the word portal inquiries. So therefore, the second ground is that on mere suspicion and portal inquiries, the adjudicating authority is invoking section 74.
No, it is also written in the show cause notice that the reports received from DGI and enclosed as per your ready reference. DGI की report भी enclose करके आपको दी गई है, खाली portal के ऊपर
That's a part of the show cause notice.
Yes.
You should have asked for this report to know whether section 74 could be invoked.
आपको उसके साथ ही दी गई है report.
Okay.
Carry on, you're doing well. Don't get hassled by Revenue Council.
Okay. Your Honor, I would request you to come to order in original.
Yes.
At page 35.
Carry on.
In the order in original, the adjudicating authority has used the following language. All the issues were verified from books of accounts and the returns filed by taxpayer in 3B. My lord, second paragraph. Yes. Test checked and found in order. The adjudicating authority itself uses the language test checked and found in order. So there is no ground to raise section 74, which requires fraud or willful misstatement or suppression of fact.
Yes, Mr. Counsel.
You are forgetting in 3B. whatever statements you declared in 3B, they say it's okay. There is no averment case, there is no fraud. 3B में आपने 100 रुपए की फिगर दे, कहता है जी मैंने बुक्स वेरिएबल 100 रुपए की फिगर, ठीक है. आपने बोला XYZ परचेज की, वो कहता है की है, ठीक है. It doesn't mean he is verifying your transactions are absolutely right.
Yes, but there is no other substantial evidence also.
Read further, no? Next paragraph. ये तो आंसर आपने दी, हमने तो नहीं दिया. You says the council has filed all relevant details of goods purchased and payment proof of XYZ enterprises. This is where 180 days question also comes. When asked for the transport details, the taxpayer informed that the goods were brought in local tempo, did not issue a receipt. From the books also no freight or cartage entries were made visible, nor the name of cart owner, nor tempo driver, nor the number of such vehicle was made available. Ecom Gill, you violated. Ex facie, this case seems to be a goods-less invoices. This is fraud. Goods-less invoices issued by supplier to the taxpayer as mentioned in Shoka's notice. One more issue, that 180 days. In view of the books of accounts produced lack credibility, seems to have been prepared at the 11th hour. Physical receipt of goods has not been proved beyond a reasonable doubt, and the genesis of transaction itself is seriously doubted. So 3B verification is arithmetical accuracy. All do it. It doesn't lead to any conclusion that your transactions are correct. That way, if 3B, everybody will tally. So 73, 74 become osseous. It has no meaning in law. And these grounds they have not taken in appeal. आपको इनको रिबट करना था. आपने यहाँ पे grounds को you have to read Shoka's notice, reconcile with the adjudication order, reconcile with appellate order, then chalk out your grounds of appeal. आगे चलो. अभी आगे आपके लिए और serious बात है. In view of the books of accounts produced lack credibility, no other argument of judgment was quoted. Heard Mr. Utsav at length. I am unable to agree with the vociferous contention of counsel for the taxpayer and feel bound by the statute and the taxpayer directive. He rejected whatever contentions you had.
Yes.
Right? Let us say कि you get GST 2B. आपके 50 सप्लायर ने बोल दिया, उन्होंने आपको 50 करोड़ का माल बेचा. 50 करोड़ आपने ITC क्लेम कर लिया. Is it a final thing?
No, I have to show receipt of goods as well.
Same is the case here.
Yes, yes.
Same is the case here. Ecom Gill को ध्यान से पढ़ो. बहुत अच्छी अपील बनाई है आपने, लेकिन रिसर्च लाइक मैडम ऑनरेबल चेयरमैन सेड, रिसर्च नहीं किया आपने, ऑर्डरों को ध्यान से नहीं पढ़ा. ये गूगल वाला जो नशा है ना, इसको निकाल दो, लिटिगेशन नहीं कर सकता अब इससे.
नो सर, बहुत सारी मिस्टेक्स हैं इनकी अपील में. मैं अभी आपको बताती हूँ, जो भी इन्होंने ट्रांसपोर्ट व्हीकल रिसीट एफिडेविट लगाए हैं, सब में फॉल्स स्टेटमेंट्स लिए हैं, वो कहीं मैच नहीं करती, वो आपस में डॉक्यूमेंट्स कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट कर रहे हैं सारे. मैं बताती हूँ सब. मैंने
पढ़े हैं मैडम, मैंने सारे पढ़ा हुआ है, मेरे पे नोट्स बने हुए हैं.
सब कॉन्ट्राडिक्ट करते हैं. आई विल टेल वन बाय वन.
व्हीकल नंबर सेम, व्हीकल नंबर विद एवरीथिंग.
नहीं, आप कहीं पर एक्सवाइज का जो प्रोप्राइटर उसका नाम केएल बोल रहे हैं, कहीं पर कुछ और बोल रहे हैं, फिर उसका व्हीकल नंबर अलग है. मतलब द ऑल फैक्ट्स आर कॉन्ट्राडिक्टरी. ये आफ्टर थॉट है सब.
मैम, केएल इज अ सप्लायर. So I have an affidavit of KL also, who is a supplier, and Rajkumar also is a supplier.
Supplier XYZ.
Yes, yes.
तो उसका नाम वहाँ कहीं पर आप कुछ और नाम बता रहे हो वहाँ.
No, there are two parties, ABC and KL. ABC.
अभी मैं आपको बताता हूँ.
Okay, okay.
Just a minute. Let's come to your next point, then I will tell.
Look at your affidavit.
Sir.
Affidavit is undated. कब लिया आपने affidavit से? नीचे आपने एक भी रिकॉर्ड प्रोड्यूस नहीं किया. सारे रिकॉर्ड कहां से आ गए आपके पास?
फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन इज कि आपने
सारे रिकॉर्ड कहां से आ गए आपके
पेश नहीं करे. एक भी पूछा गया आपसे, बिल्कुल साफ लिखा है एजुडिकेशन ऑर्डर में कि आपने कहा मैंने तो जो लोकल टेम्पो इससे माल सप्लाई करा है, ना तो मेरे पास मैंने व्हीकल से करा, ना उसका ओनर का नंबर पता, ना मुझे गाड़ी का नंबर पता. अब आपके पास सब नंबर आ गए, ड्राइवर का नंबर भी आ गया.
मैम, आई हैव आस्क्ड फ्रॉम सप्लायर्स हु वर रिलक्टेंट टू गिव रिकॉर्ड्स अर्लियर.
आपने एडिशनल एप्लीकेशन लगाई, उसमें क्या रीजन दिया है क्यों मैं आपकी एप्लीकेशन अलाउ करूं? व्हाट इज द रीजन व्हाई यू हैव नॉट गिवन द डॉक्यूमेंट्स at before and earlier authorities, and now you are saying
three conditions when you can seek for filing additional evidence. One is that it was beyond your control, it was in the control of someone else that you could not procure during the process of.
Yes sir, that's why I'm saying that suppliers. Oh, so sorry.
Secondly, you filed but it was not accepted. Third, you filed, but it was not considered at the time of jurisdiction.
Look at you have both the
But you
affidavits.
paid all the three
It's the
times.
exact same language except the figure. It's all made by you, signed by transporter. And affidavit,
सर ऊपर XYZ लिखा है, नीचे ABC लिखा है, इससे बड़ी मिस्टेक क्या होगी?
and they are signed on 30th of June 2026. And when was the adjudication order, appellate order passed? Much earlier. वहाँ तब कहते हैं हमें कुछ पता ही नहीं इनके बारे में.
आफ्टर थॉट है सर, पेज 53 पे देखिए, ऊपर लिखा है XYZ एंटरप्राइजेज और नीचे लिख रहे हैं मिस्टर राजकुमार
You have
प्रोप्राइटर ऑफ
done a
ABC.
wonderful job. You get 8 out of 10. But the 2 which you are lack, that will decide your appeal. अंग्रेजी लिखने से litigation नहीं होता ना. अगर ये मेंबर तुम्हारे डॉक्यूमेंट को क्वेश्चन कर सकते हैं फिर तो मुश्किल है ना. अभी एविडेंस तो पूरी लगाई नहीं आपने इसमें, एक भी एलआर नहीं लगाई आपने इसमें. तो एफिडेविट मतलब हाउ डू आई नो कि ये ट्रांसपोर्टर कौन था? आपको रिकॉर्ड लाने थे. एप्लीकेंट देते हैं, मैं उस बंदे को पेश करता हूं यहाँ.
Of transporter.
हाँ क्या बात? यू रिकॉर्ड स्टेट बाय कॉलिंग अंडर सेक्शन 70, I'll bear the cost.
No, I have submitted that the freight receipts were paid by the supplier.
They should be booked in your books of account.
If I paid by supplier, where is the freight shown in invoice? He has to pay tax on that.
No, supplier has to pay the tax, na?
हाँ तो उसके इनवॉइस में तो कोई लिखा ही नहीं किसने टैक्स पे किया. Then that means his taxable value is incorrect. If he agrees to pay freight, it becomes a part of transaction value, section 15.
बाद में आपने फ्रेट का बैंक स्टेटमेंट पे से उसमें दिखा दिया HDFC बैंक से कटा है और वो लगा दिया उसका. This is all fabricated documents.
No.
ये देखो ना.
सप्लायर का ही है.
देखो ये XYZ का
ये
एफिडेविट
नहीं हूँ,
है.
वकील हूँ, कीचड़ काट दूंगा तुम्हारे. हाँ, वैसे ये नहीं हूँ कि नहीं दिया बनी करता चार्ज. You have taken a ground.
He has tried his best.
You have taken a ground कि freight उसने दिया. Then who has to prove it?
Then tax must be imposed on
On-
that also.
Why? He is taking ground in his appeal. Buyer is taking a ground.
बाहर ने दिया.
हाँ, supplier ने दिया. उसे prove it. Supplier ने freight किया.
तो ये
Allegation है, invoice trading है, इस पे goods गए ही नहीं.
The invoice.
तो supplier को साथ मरवा देगा कभी.
The invoice
Transporter अलग है, उसका नाम
should
ये है, Ram Travels
include the
वगैरह.
freight and tax must be charged on that.
Well done.
Kindly see page 58. Kindly see page
Yes, ma'am.
58.
Yes.
Just a minute यार.
कौन सा?
Page 58.
Affidavit.
Affidavit of XYZ Enterprises. Mr. Kailash Lal, proprietor of XYZ Limited. फिर लिख रहे हैं that I am proprietor of KL Enterprises. ये देखो, this is too much.
सब
और
अभी
देखिए
मेहनत
सर,
मांगती है और गालियां पढ़नी चाहिए तुम्हें अच्छी वाली, फिर ठीक होएगा काम.
अभी और देखिए, आप पेज नंबर 53 पे आइए.
53.
ऐसी कम से कम 50 मिस्टेक है.
53?
हाँ जी. XYZ Enterprises, Mr. Rajkumar, proprietor of ABC Limited.
He becomes यार तू तो सीए है, you made him a proprietor of a limited company.
मतलब और इसमें कहीं पर किसी उसको नोएडा का बना दिया, कहीं का गुरुग्राम का, कहीं पे कुछ और चंडीगढ़ का. तीनों में 3 एड्रेस दे दिए हैं.
Doesn't matter. Make an attempt. Okay, I should be given more time to argue the matter. I'll prepare matter. Don't get dismissal. Make a strong prayer to the honorable bench.
नहीं क्या सबने क्या?
हाँ.
सर रिमांड करें.
Why not? Don't have criminal ask the revenue counsel. Why not? I may consent. There is nothing wrong. बड़े कोर्ट में, हाई कोर्ट में रोज होता है. हाँ जी, गवर्नमेंट काउंसिल रिमांड कर दें इसको. Judges are not taking the approval. They are seeking an
We are
opinion.
not accepting your additional evidences application, which we are rejecting that because you have not specified any specific reason Why you have not given all the documents before the lower authorities? And now you have already communicated to the adjudicating authority that you don't have all these papers. You have, now you are saying all the papers you have. So that is not admissible. So, we will reject this application.
Your Honor, can I get additional time to file another reply?
He can't resubmit. Condonation में आएगा sir. Resubmit is not possible. You say I want to prepare further. I should be given more time to study and come out with the correct thing. Your application is rejected, additional evidence. So that major thing you have lost. आपने क्या किया? आपने रूल को करेक्ट कोट किया. आपने उसकी लैंग्वेज में नहीं पढ़ी कि उसको आपने कैसे जस्टिफाई करना है. आपकी सारी अपील एडिशनल एविडेंस पे थी. That no court can accept that evidence. थोड़ा वहां ध्यान देना है. कंडोनेशन एडिशनल एविडेंस पे आपको ज्यादा ध्यान देना है. अपील के ग्राउंड यू कैन ऑलवेज आर्ग्यू डिफरेंटली. नाउ सीक टाइम, मेक प्रेयर्स टू द कोर्ट. I'll study further. I want more time to examine these issues and come back.
Sir, can I raise the ground that on jurisdictional issues, the court can look at the matter without going into merits on the jurisdictional grounds which I have raised?
There is no jurisdiction
You
issue
can,
here.
but there is no jurisdiction issue here.
What is the jurisdiction?
You're talking of show cause notice, 180 days issue only.
Yes.
और तो कोई है नहीं jurisdiction issue.
And 74, section 74.
74 is correctly wrong. 74 में कितना बड़ा issue नहीं है. See, when
even 180 days, the objection they have raised is that I don't think that it is proper, it is so and so, so and so. Once it's
वो इतना बड़ा केस नहीं बनता.
legislatively approved, it's in the statute that you have to comply
You
this.
have to reject this.
You have to comply with that. You can't say कि भाई
So many lacunas
we have
are-
an internal arrangement that we will pay after 1 year or within 6 months. You can't do that.
सर टैक्स इनवॉइस में जो नंबर लिखा है टैक्स इनवॉइस का ईडी बिल में गलत है. यहाँ पे 2 लिखा है, वहाँ 1 लिखा है. सब फैब्रिकेटेड डॉक्यूमेंट्स है. हाउ कैन बी अलाउड अपील?
Vehicle number same.
I'll be with the honorable bench.
So your appeal is here rejected.
Close. RMP close. Dismissed.
Good efforts. मैं खुश हूँ क्योंकि मेरी भी रिजेक्ट हुई थी.
In this case, at least you have to do one thing. एक तो research कि मैं showcase notes, adjudication order और plus the documents you are making. क्योंकि mostly सर ने पीछे भी जितने भी cases में ये additional documents लगे हुए हैं, तो we falter on that. हम ये नहीं देखते कि भाई किस टाइम का है, किसका है, किसके साथ इसका annexation करना चाहिए. वो जो relevance है और कि इस दिन का है, इस पार्टी का है, इस पार्टी का पीछे बैग किसके साथ है, वो चीज़ देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है. Once you don't correlate that, तो वहाँ आपकी गलती हो जाएगी. XYZ proprietor ABC and Company Limited. ये भी नहीं सोचा कि proprietor और company कहाँ पर है.
Look at the consequence. Okay, since you did not go through the evidence properly, your client is finished. It's a dismissal on facts. High Court will never hear you. It's all over.
You have annexed lot many judgments, but where the case is based on the facts, facts come first, judgment comes later.
So we
You have
are
to first master the facts.
So we are coming to the last case of the day, which will be argued by Advocate Vivek Goyal in the Goyal Trading Company Limited. There are 3 issues. The order date is adjudicating order was, a show cause notice was issued on 20th October 2025 he made purchases and exported the same goods under the different HSN codes, and payment at the time of passing the adjudication order of the export payment was not received, and the purchases he made from the supplier whose registration was cancelled. आइए विवेक जी प्लीज। 3 इशू हैं इसके अंदर, एक एक्सपोर्ट की पेमेंट नहीं आई और फेक बिलिंग।
My regard to the bench, मैम जो हमारे बिंदु हैं इसमें सेक्शन 73 में ऑर्डर पास किया गया है एडजुडिकेशन अथॉरिटी द्वारा, उसमें हमारे खिलाफ 3 बिंदु लिए गए हैं। एक तो एक्सपोर्ट हमारा रिजेक्ट कर रहे हैं वे कि हमारी पेमेंट नहीं आई इस बिहाफ पर, और दूसरा बिंदु है कि HSN हमारा डिफरेंट है जो हमारा परचेजिंग बिल पर है और जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट इनवॉइस पर लिखा हुआ है, और तीसरा बिंदु है जो हमने परचेज किया है जिस व्यक्ति से, गर्ग ट्रेडिंग कंपनी से, उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन सस्पेंडेड है और उसके अगेंस्ट कुछ डिपार्टमेंटल प्रोसीजर चल रहा है। तो इसमें जो हमारे क्वेश्चन ऑफ लॉ है मैडम, ये पेज नंबर हमारा 20 है। Whether the learned first appeal authority has erred in law in confirming the order in original by treating the export of goods as a domestic taxable supply merely on the ground that the export proceeds were realized after the period prescribed under the FEMA 99, despite this undisputed fact that the goods were physically exported out of India. जी मैडम, इसमें हमारा सबमिशन है कि जो हमारा एक्सपोर्ट हुआ है वो फिजिकली आउट ऑफ इंडिया तो गया है, और जो हमारी पेमेंट है वो हमारी 15 अप्रैल को रिसीव हो गई है, जैसा उन्होंने अपने SCN में भी लिखा हुआ है।
एडजुडिकेशन ऑर्डर में है, एडजुडिकेशन ऑर्डर में लिखा हुआ देखिए आप।
हाँ, 15/9/24 में हमारी पेमेंट
15/9/24 को निकल गई है जी, मिल गई है पेमेंट।
चलिए, तो जो हमारी पेमेंट रिसीव हुई है मैडम, तो उसके लिए हमने अपने AD बैंक को लेटर लिख करके अपना टाइम एक्सटेंड किया हुआ है।
ठीक है,
तो विद इन अ टाइम है तो वो वाला ऑब्जेक्शन का नहीं रहता है।
That letter has not been placed on report.
है,
कौन से पेज पे?
नहीं है, लेटर है,
लेटर
एक्सटेंशन लेटर
जी,
है।
पेज नंबर 88 है सर, पेज नंबर 88
है, देखा है मैंने।
This is the letter you have written to the bank.
बट रिसीव नहीं है इसकी, वहाँ से बैक से रिप्लाई, लेकिन यू हैव रिसीव्ड द पेमेंट, दैट्स ऑल, मैटर एंड्स, या प्रोसीड।
उसे हम yes उसे we cannot consider as a domestic sale, that's true, that your ground stands
because they have themselves accepted that
they have received the payment, adjudication order में लिखा हुआ है।
So far as export is considered, that is okay.
Stands.
Yes, proceed further.
सेकंड पॉइंट है मैडम हमारा वेदर द एडजुडिकेटिंग, थर्ड पॉइंट है हमारा पेज नंबर 20 का, वेदर द एडजुडिकेटिंग अथॉरिटी हैव एरर्ड इन लॉ इन डिसरिगार्डिंग द फैक्ट दैट द गुड्स वर फिजिकली एग्जामिन्ड एंड क्लियर्ड बाय द कस्टम अथॉरिटीज एट द पोर्ट ऑफ एक्सपोर्ट who found no discrepancy in the goods exported or the HSN classification and yet proceed to deny the benefit of zero rated export on the ground of HSN mismatch. तो इसमें हमारा सबमिशन ये है मैडम कि जो हमने माल परचेज किया या जो हमने एक्सपोर्ट आउट ऑफ इंडिया किया है, तो उसके माल में कोई डिफरेंस नहीं है, क्योंकि हमारा कस्टम हाउस में जिस समय शिप हुआ था
टेक्निकल इशू है, दिस इज आल्सो अलाउड, दिस इज आल्सो अलाउड, नाउ प्रोसीड फर्दर।
और फोर्थ पॉइंट है मैडम इसमें, वेदर द डिनायल ऑफ ITC अंडर सेक्शन 16 ऑफ द DGST एक्ट 2017 इज सस्टेनेबल merely because the supplier was under investigation or its registration was under सस्पेंशन। तो इसमें मैडम हमारे जानकारी में ऐसा कोई फैक्ट नहीं था कि उसने कोई टैक्स जमा नहीं किया है, जबकि हमारे उसने R1 सबमिट किया है और हमारे 2B में रिफ्लेक्ट हो रहा है वो पैसा।
लेकिन
बिल्स
कोई ऐसा डॉक्यूमेंट्री एविडेंस आपने इसमें नहीं लगाया, आपने तो सिर्फ गर्ग एंड कंपनी के इन्वॉइसेस लगा दी जो आपने माल खरीदे हैं, ठीक है ना, खाली वो लगा दिए। लेकिन आप ये कैसे प्रूव करोगे कि जो वो उसके अगेंस्ट इंक्वायरीज चल रही है या कुछ और सबूत जो जिससे कि ये प्रूव हो सके कि वो एक जेन्युइन पर्सन है। आप अल्टीमेटली इफेक्टेड तो रिसिपिएंट होता है, ठीक है, सप्लायर की जिम्मे को आपने टैक्स दिया है, सब बातें ठीक है, लेकिन हाउ यू विल प्रूव दैट पॉइंट?
मैडम हमारा अपीलेंट जो इनोसेंट डीलर है वो गिल्टी डीलर नहीं है, ना उसने कुछ जो है उसके साथ मिलकर के ऐसा कोई कार्य किया है कि टैक्स का इवेजन करना चाहता है, ना उसकी ऐसी कोई इच्छा है। जिस समय उसने परचेजिंग किया, परचेजिंग करते समय उसका रजिस्ट्रेशन वैलिड था, हमने परचेज भी किया, उसको अपना पेमेंट भी दिया है, अपने माल आने के सबूत भी आपको दे रहे हैं।
यस सर।
Sir,
My lord, I fully agree with the bench that wrong mention of HSN, unless it's proven that this was done to defraud the revenue, it's not relevant, and there's no allegation in the orders below. So I also agree with this. Secondly, his payments have come from 30th August to next 15/9 within 9 months, FAMA guidelines, so we have no issues on that. Exports have come, but he should have annexed the BRC copy reconciling the export invoices. That is not done.
BRC
So
copy
simply
is not
getting a
there.
foreign payment is not enough. The law requires under FAMA you to reconcile the shipping bills and invoices along with the payments you receive. Payment तो आप अपने किसी मामे चाचे को बोल दो मैं $1 लाख भेज दो, भेज देगा वो. That doesn't mean you will get a refund back.
but since the adjudicating authority has accepted the payment has come, so we
BRC कॉपी सर हमने लगाई है पेज नंबर 93।
नहीं, वो BRC कॉपी नहीं लगाई आपने, बैंक का वो लगा दिया है उसने।
Right?
कितने
You
page
should have
number?
annexed. Once you come to
This is not
tribunal,
BRC copy.
so, like you can raise additional ground, we can also raise additional ground. Right? And जो आपको सबसे अच्छा पॉइंट इसमें लेना चाहिए था कि it's a case from audit. आपके 65 में ऑडिट हुआ था ना
जी,
तो वो पॉइंट में बोला ही नहीं आपने. This case from section 65 proceedings. 73 notice followed from section 65, not independent 73 notice.
ओके,
वहां आपने सारे जवाब दिए, सब कुछ आपने किया. तो लीगल क्वेश्चन होना चाहिए था, क्या जी ऑडिट ऑफिसर खुद ऑडिट कर सकता है, शो कॉज नोटिस दे सकता है, एडजुडिकेशन कर सकता है?
जी वो
ये एक लिखा है, आपने बोला नहीं.
क्वेश्चन ऑफ लॉ में
मैंने पढ़ा क्वेश्चन ऑफ लॉ, मैंने
वो
पढ़ा,
नेक्स्ट था जी, इसके
मैंने
बाद।
पढ़ा.
इसके बाद ही था।
Very good point.
Now, my lords, I think let the case go back and let's subsequently verify the with BRC payments only a limited issue. It can go back to the, because the BRC has to be seen.
and there is a recent Supreme Court judgment also regarding ITC, prime metals. So, assessing authority can see. Let them see, let the assessing
Yes,
authority see.
yes.
Okay, we are allowing your appeal, and whatever matter, whatever evidence you have, you will submit before the jurisdiction officer.
ओके,
So it is allowed.
Export is allowed, your export is allowed.
oblige
Other part of the
Other part regarding those-
purchases, you have to clarify everything to the jurisdiction
Go
officer.
through the prime metals Supreme Court judgment.
oblige.
हाँ जी,
ये जो हमारा बेंच है ना, हमारे बड़ी साहब बोलते हैं जी हाई कोर्ट से ज्यादा शार्प है हमारा बेंच. दोनों बेंच.
Just a minute, just a minute. The bench is adjourned for the day and I request C.K. Gupta ji to come for formal vote of thanks. आपके भी सर से पूछ लेना, पर्सनल पूछ लो.
On behalf of DGST, we are thankful to all the members present in today's conference. We are also thankful to the two stalwarts, Mr. Agarwal and Mr. Ranu Jain, for sparing their valuable time and grace the occasion. We are also thankful to all the three tribunal members. बहुत ही अच्छी तरीके से आपने टर्मिनल को चलाया. Thank you. I request all of you to please join us for the lunch.
यार को स्पीकर्स बारे में बोलते साले हमने साला के बकवास किए यहाँ पे बैठ के, क्या वोट ऑफ थैंक्स चिमचागिरी कर रहे हो यार।
सर आपके बारे में तो सब जानते हैं,
हाँ बस
तो कहने की जरूरत ही नहीं है सर। आपके बारे में बोलना मतलब सूरज को दिया दिखाने वाली बात है।
मुझे नहीं पता इससे बढ़िया कुछ हो सकता है क्या, तो क्या रह गया बताओ।
ये होता है जो बनियों की